All right, thank you all for being here tonight. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 and City's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 asterisk.
Oh, yeah. Go. What? Oh.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as roll call vote. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to take a roll call.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madeira,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes,
Here.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. You all please join me in a moment of silence following by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Seeing none, need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as present. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
Okay, the motion for is to adopt the agenda as presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously. All right, on to public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about public hearing in tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Sorry about that. Too many pages here. Okay, will the city clerk call anyone who's virtual or online, please, or in person?
We do not have anyone signed up for virtual, so our first in-person speaker will be Troy Younger. Troy, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, as she said, Troy Younger, 5409 East 61st Way. I just had some comments relating to the August 4th meeting. There were some things said at the end of the meeting that I think need some attention. But the first thing I want to do is I want to thank the city clerk and the city attorney for essentially protecting you guys from yourself, kind of letting you know why things are run the way they are and how to try to keep the community from seeing you as all having a bias or a preference. So they should be thanked for that. I also want to thank Councilman Madeira for kind of stepping in and speaking out about what the role of local government should be in elections. The first thing I want to say, well, my first comment, I think this was in relation to a non-prof holding a candidate forum. The comment was, unfortunately, some of the non-profs have a specific point of view. That is every non-prof that exists. Okay, that's why non-profs are created, to push a specific point of view. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Everything has a bias. Everyone has a bias. I have a bias. Everyone sitting here has a bias. Everyone in this room, everyone in this city has a bias. That's diversity. That's something we should all be celebrating, right? It's part of the DEI thing. Let's accept that. Let's learn about what everybody's bias and what everybody's point of view is. Also, the League of Women Voters was brought up a number of times as being an unbiased kind of moderator of this forum. I don't know if you've been to their website, but the League of Women Voters, their policy runs right alongside, it parallels the Progressive Democrats' policies. So they're not unbiased. They have a bias, and they're going to push that bias too. It's just their group. That's what they do. The second comment was pertaining to a vlog that everybody knows who you're talking about, so I don't know why we just can't say what it is, but I will play along with the game. But the council member essentially stated that CDC residents are taking the vlog posts as gospel. No, we're not. I don't know if you guys have seen some of the Facebook posts where the vlog posts their things. Nobody takes them seriously. They see them for what they are. They're not journalists, they're commentators. They are Commerce City's court jester. They're just pointing things out. And honestly, we're kind of at a place as a community where we need that. We used to have two papers. One of the papers, the independent paper, the owners retired and have passed away. The other paper was owned by Metro West. It has now gone nonprofit with, let's see if I can find that, the name of the organization that runs them. They are now a part of Colorado Trust for Local News, which sounds good, which is a part of the National Trust for Local News, which receives funding from the Open Society Foundation. They are obscenely biased. And if we're talking about biases, and I'm done. Well, that's cool because I'm going to go home and eat. You all don't stay out too late and get home.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Appreciate it.
Mayor, our next speaker is Keith Rogers. Keith, if you want to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Evening, Council, Mayor.
Evening.
Just a few things we need to maybe take into consideration is giving our police department some more money so they can get some people hired. We're tired of the people flying up and down our streets still because we get no police coverage over there. We've got a neighbor that's parking cars on the street with no plates whatsoever, constantly. So code enforcement needs to be woke up and sent back over in that area again as well. I haven't been here for a few weeks because of my job. The job they did on the railroad tracks, or removing the railroad tracks, was mediocre at best. It's just as rough as it was with the tracks there. So we're still having problems with the noise, the trucks going over it. They need to figure something out. Also need to find out when the other part of Colorado Boulevard is going to get some major repairs. Drainage. Some of us are still tired of being flooded. We need to lower that road so it's not flooding the neighborhood. So we need to start getting on a few things here because somebody's going to get killed. Somebody's going to get property damage, vehicles damaged with these guys flying up and down the street. I've talked to numerous police officers, gave them addresses, make and model of the vehicles. Nothing's getting done. So we need to get another police department over there if have to. Get Adams County rights to come in and help out because Commerce City can't seem to do it. We had a noise complaint on Sunday. These people were partying. I could hear them 2 blocks away inside my house. Nothing was done. I met the officer at the corner, showed him which house it was. Nothing got done. He never came and looked at the pickup with no plates. I've had 3 different cars parked in front of my house that were stolen. So I don't know if these people are stealing cars or if they're just repairing cars, what they're doing. We need to start getting some cops over there, get this stuff taken care of. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Our next speaker would be Shirley Henney. Shirley, if you want to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Shirley Henney. I live at 6390 Olive Street. I'm here because they have not fixed the solar lights there at 64th and Olive, going eastbound by the Methodist Church yet. It's been all year that they've been out. The school zone on 60th, when you turn right onto Olive, this school zone light comes on, goes on between 3 and 4. And the other side is on Niagara. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. When it works, it does not go off the same time as the other one does. So there could be a lot of aggressive driving because nobody knows that you're supposed to go 20 miles per hour in that school zone. I've called Public Works. I saw somebody out there looking at it, but they haven't fixed it yet. And it was that way until July, not working, when they turned them off and they turned them back on. But they're, somebody's going to get hurt. So, and I was going to say about the solar lights, Public Works told me that Excel Energy is supposed to fix it, but that's not true. Excel Energy fixed the street light that was out there on 64th and Olive. And then the speeding along this road right here, they had those things that tell how fast people go. People are going 46 miles per hour or higher, but I don't see any more speed limit signs put up. Just driving over here today, people were honking at me because I was going 30 miles per hour. That's the speed limit. So they need to put more speed limit signs up. I don't know. They don't follow the rules anyway. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. The police are doing the best they can. I agree. We need more police officers to catch these speeders. I wouldn't want that job, but I am going to be up here again to speak about something personal to me. But so the school zone, that needs to be really fixed. They're on 60th because the speed limit's 30. Even the school zone here by the high school, nobody goes to 35 when the lights are on. They go 45, 55. So I don't know. But thank you. I will talk later.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
your comments.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Williams. Yvonne, if you want to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. I live at 5840 Olive Street. And I sit outside on my porch, and people don't know how to slow down. It's getting worse and worse. It's scary because I have 2 great-grandbabies that I can't even really let them play in the front yard because I'm scared that somebody could lose control of their car, and it's scary. But I really, we need some speed bumps on that street. And Rose Hill Elementary is right there, like 3 houses down from where we live. I see children walking home, from school now, and it's not safe. And people do not care. And it's like I said, it's scary. And I don't know, We need the speed bumps, we really, really do. It's, like I said, it's getting worse. And if it wasn't for Mrs. Bailey here, her and I, talk a lot about it. So please, please, we really need them. We really, really need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Our next speaker will be Patrick Meyer. Patrick, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
I addressed this council over to the senior center, and it's about the same complaints I have about, I'm a neighbor of these folks, the speeders coming down, but I also had an issue with the overweight trucks coming down. And I reiterated then that I had emailed my councilman twice on that and never got a response. District 2. And the other thing is when the law is not enforced, it ceases to be a law. Now, I've watched groups of individuals that drive pickups in a row. The first one runs the stop sign, the next 6 behind him run it too at the same speed. And that's in that school zone there on 58th Avenue. And if you go there, you can see where they sit out in the middle of the road and in the school lot doing donuts, laying the patches down 6 and 8 times in a circle, then speeding off. And I reiterate, when the law is not enforced, it ceases to be a law. People just ignore it. And I watched a unlicensed motorhome drive down Olive Street, and he backed into a lot. He ran over the school sign and a sign that said no trucks over 5,800 pounds or whatever it is. And then he took off. Well, I saw it. I saw what it was, but there was no way to report it because no plates. And I talked to our mayor about some of the, if you drive through Commerce City, you see a lot of motorhomes, a lot of junk cars and that parked out in the street with no registration. If these people are driving these and they have no plates, then there's no insurance, obviously, and possibly not even a license. Who knows? But if they hit somebody, I pity the people they hit because all the hospital bills will be in their name, not in the person that caused the accident. That's what I have to say to you folks. You got to make some decisions on maybe increasing the police department or putting up some signs. The other thing, lastly, I'm sorry, is there's some rave concert in the industrial park across from me. When the guys left, they were shooting. I went over there and picked up the shells with a pencil and put them in a plastic bag, brought them over to the police headquarters that has no cops in it, and the 3 clerks, and they said, well, we can get a police officer over here in about an hour. And I just took him home, and finally I flagged down a cop that drove by and gave it to him and told him that the neighbor had video of it also. So I'm doing a better job than some of those folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Sorry, no clapping and outbursting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Glenn Murray. Glenn, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Glenn Murray. Address 11010 Havana Street, Brighton, Colorado, although that is in Commerce City. My family, well, little history. I am the only farm in your city, and been there, my family's been there 108 years, so been around a day or two. Several issues I wanted to talk about, one of which is Highway 2. I've driven that road my life, most of my life, a lot of times close to daily, and I'll be honest with you, safety is an issue, also common sense is an issue. And whoever did the engineering study on this divided road, okay, 4-lane, at limited access, at 45 miles an hour, needs their head examined. There is nobody that drives 45 miles on that road. We had a previous speaker talked about driving slow. If you drive slow on that road, you will get run over. That needs to be adjusted. That road, if I remember correctly, is a 2-lane road. It was either 60 or 65 miles an hour, and now it's 45. that needs to be adjusted. Traffic flow and safety is an issue. It is so slow now that it is a safety issue. So I seriously considered, I don't know how much input you have on that, but that road needs to be, the speed needs to be increased for traffic flow and safety. Another issue I've got is Derby. Most of you probably don't know, but this city blighted that area a few years ago. Now, that's okay. That's not a lot of cases a good idea. But when you blight an area, you're supposed to have a revitalization plan in place. Well, I frequent that area quite a bit, and the only revitalization I saw, which was a complete failure, is there's an intersection right down there close to the grocery store, and it was the intersection, there's paved stone in it now. The paved stone is pretty much a mess, okay? The corners have been tore out. It's not big enough for trucks to make corners. And you probably don't know this, but you spent $1.7 million on revitalization of the intersection, and it did nothing to help the area. We've got stores in there that need help. Matter of fact, Mr. Younger spoke. Their hardware store, their lumber company's right there. There needs to be something done to help that area get people to come in. Right now, there's thousands of people use Highway 2, and there's very few people come into the heart of, that's the heart of the city. That is the history. That's where it started, was right there in the Derby area. If you can do something to help those folks, that would make good sense too. Also, in that area, there's a lot of the homeless, a lot of the bums, and a lot of drugs. And I know the police department, I've had good luck with the police department. I've worked with them, I respect them, and I know they do what they can. But more police would probably be a very good plan. And I think that this city council, from what I've heard, has been pretty favorable to helping the police department. So anyway, that's a few comments that I've got. And code enforcement, you could use some help along those lines too. There's some areas that really need help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie Valdez. Jackie, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council, city management. I'm very pleased tonight to see that we had some members of our community come out and speak their piece. Again, I'm wondering how many of these members of council is going to get the concept that you need to step up. Step up or step out. That's what I say. Step up or step out. Because we're really tired of being here and complaining and nothing getting done. I do have to commend you guys that when I pulled through the parking lot, because the last time I was here, the holes that were there coming through actually have been patched. Kudos to whoever had that done. But let's start focusing on Commerce City, not only on the south, but on the north also. Let's start making sure that we start watching each other's backs, not walk and then turn and look and say, oh, well, it has nothing to do with me. Why bother? You're the community. You're the head of the community. And it's about time you all step up and do your job. I think that's what you're voted in for, isn't it? Am I wrong? So I had a suggestion, told a few council members. In a couple of weeks, we'd like to start this little thing where council, city management, and anybody else that would like to be involved come out and kind of help the people that can't get anything done in their yards, picking up some trash, throwing some things away, fixing some things. So I'd like to see some faces out there. A couple of weeks, we'll be sure to let you know when we're going to start this. We're going to try and get the trailer out there to get some weeds down because obviously the city nor anybody else is going to do anything. So we're going to have to start it ourselves. Police department, yes, they have been there off and on. But then there's times that they're not. I get they're busy. I get that there's a lot going on. We need more, just like everybody else said. This trucking industry, school's already started. We're already seeing the issues already. So what are we going to do about this? We're going to wait until somebody gets killed and then we're going to, oh my gosh, and then wait for the next one? Is that what we're going to do? This is Commerce City, and we're being shamed. We are being shamed, and I want you all to know that because I hear a lot of communities around us And they have nothing nice to say about Commerce City when they're saying bad things. So let's see. I'll be sure to let you all know when we're gonna do this, because there's a lot of people on both sides, north and south, that need help. So I'll be sure to make sure that, including the city manager, you all know when this happens, put on some old clothes and come out and be a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Mayor, our last speaker tonight is Renee Bullock. Renee, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name's Renee Bullock, and I serve as president of the Board of Directors for the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. And I want to thank you for this opportunity for speaking this evening. On behalf of the district, I would like to invite you and the entire community to our Klein Water Treatment Facility open house on Thursday, September 4th. All of you have the card at your spot at the open house, and the invitation's there for you. This event will be held at 7400 East Quebec Street from 5:30 to 8 p.m. The open house will give residents a behind-the-scene look at how we treat, soften, and ensure the quality of our drinking water. We will be giving guided tours led by our experts so guests can see how our operations work firsthand. The Klein Water Treatment Facility and Water Quality Lab, the Ennis Water Softening Facility, the Klein Enhancement Project Site, and attendees will also have the opportunity to ask questions of our water operators, water quality chemists, and plant maintenance staff, our district leadership, and our members of our board. You'll be able to talk and question any of the people that are there that evening. Visitors will also learn about the Klein Enhancement Project, which is set to open on the fall 2026. This project will add ion exchange treatment plant to remove PFAS from the district's drinking water sources. Ion exchange is considered one of the best available technologies for PFAS removal, and this investment is essential to meet our anticipated EPA regulations. Make full use of our water rights, and maintain the high standard of that our customers expect. The open house is free to everyone. Food trucks will be on site for the attendees to enjoy, and we look forward for you all attending and sharing this opportunity with the Water Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock.
That concludes our public comment.
All right, thank you. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline, and they were not incorporated. If any follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. All right.
I didn't submit that I wanted to speak twice, but in the computer.
Ma'am, go ahead and come forward.
My name is Shirley. The reason this is personal, because I walk the open space Monday through Friday, and I have to cross Quebec. And when you push the button, usually the people that have to make a left-hand turn will get to go first, and then the walk button will come on for me to cross. So I get halfway there, and then people are speeding, and they turn right in front of me. They don't care that I'm right there in the middle of the road. And it's happened too many times where I almost got hit when it's still counting down because I don't walk against the light. And today when I was walking, everything was going fine when I walked across, but when I was coming home to go home, there was nobody making a left-hand turn, so the walk button came on right away for me. You have to make sure nobody's running the red light. Then all of a sudden, all these people were making right-hand turns in front of me, and somehow some car saw that I was waiting to cross with the walk button, and then this pickup comes wanting to make a left-hand turn. He called me a few names, told me I shouldn't be walking, but I still had the walk button. I was wondering if they could put signs up like they do at the high school, like cars have to yield turning for the people in the crosswalk, because there's too many people getting killed in the crosswalk. I don't know if you can or not, because I know that's expensive. And the other thing that's personal to me is the prairie dogs over at the open space. I talked to someone a few weeks ago, and they said that city council voted on it to have them killed because they're too contaminated from coming from the refugee. If that's true, why do they let cars drive through there all the time? Why are you allowed to get out of your car to walk part of that open, the animal life refugee? But I don't know. So I don't know what the truth is. But they don't even put signs up anymore that they're killing the prairie dogs. They just go out there and they see one, they just kill it and put the poison in the ground. And this year I only saw one snake walking. Usually I see several. Could be because of the drought. I don't know. I don't see any rabbits. I don't see any, other. I see coyotes roaming, but I don't know if that's true or not about the city council voting on it. They said that reason too, small children that were run out in the field. Well, there shouldn't be any small children running out in those open fields anyway without their parents with them. But I walk it Monday through Friday, and I meet a lot of nice people on the walks. The other concern is people smoke in the cigarette butts on the trail, and it's dry over there, just, and they vape too, because I pick up trash, and I can see, and I'm not saying that the public works is not doing their job. They do pick up a lot. They do keep it clean. It's just the people that throw the trash out the window driving down the street here. So I'm sorry. That's
okay.
all I have to say. It's personal to me about those prairie dogs.
Well,
But
I appreciate you coming
Okay.
back up on your second item.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. On to notice of council business. Appointment to Police Pension Board. I'll invite Councilmember Ford to introduce this item. Sorry, this is a staff requested item.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, and City Council. We put this item on the agenda to appoint a vacant position on the Police Pension Board from City Council. This position and appointment and regular attendance of the appointed council member will help ensure that we have a quorum every meeting. The Police Pension Board meets quarterly on the second Tuesday of every month, and we review fiduciary and pension plan information as a board, and it's really important to have that regular attendance and do the business of the board. So we look forward to this appointment.
All right, thank you. Who was the person who was the council member who was appointed to this to begin with?
Originally,
Yes.
that vacated, Madera, Councilmember Madera.
All right. And when was the last time the meeting was held that Councilmember Badira was there?
I didn't bring my attendance record with me, so I can't recall that specifically. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Badira, when was the last time you attended this police pension meeting?
Yeah, there's a conflict with my schedule now, so hence why we're asking to appoint Councilmember
Okay.
Ford.
And when did this conflict come up? Has it always been a conflict or just recently?
It depends on when the schedule's meeting. Usually the meetings are just scheduled without any input from board members, so, there's police officers that can't make it, I can't make it, and I have meetings at work. So all the meetings are during the day, typically at the beginning of every quarter, which coincides with my close as an accountant, so.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Pay
that.
bills.
All right. So need a motion and a second to appoint Councilmember Ford as a regular member to the Police Pension Board, unless there's another councilmember would like to. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Ford as a regular member to the police pension.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to appoint Councilmember Ford to the Police Pension Board.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 8 with 1 no vote. All right, on the Land Development Code Amendment, I will invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Recently, the City Council was a guest at the Planning Commission meeting where we discussed Land Development Code amendments, proposed amendments. Among them that received consensus were 2 items. One of them was establishing a preliminary plat process, and the other was prohibiting vinyl siding for new construction. The preliminary plat process would begin with any new application, but not any current applications. The whole concept for that one is to ensure that the community has a say and has a role and has an understanding that there is transparency of projects coming forward. Typically, on plats, we don't learn of what's involved in the plat until we're very late in the process. By that point, the developer has already invested sometimes millions of dollars. And we can only call up an item at the end. And so that's the concept behind this. So we do it at the beginning of the process, and there will only be minimum deviation once the item has been heard by the City Council. So that's the first one. The second one has to do with vinyl siding. This was something that the council believed that they had done in 2023 when we changed some code. Instead, it looks like it's going to be happening now. This only applies to new construction. It does not apply to homes that are already in existence. But the idea is that we are looking at both fire standards, which was brought to us by the South Adams County Fire District, and secondly, the conditions of the climate, not the climate, but the weather in Commerce City has gotten so much hotter than it used to that it's really hard to keep up on some of these, especially when you get out on the east side of Commerce City. So I do have a motion, and I am going to bifurcate those 2 items. I move that staff bring to City Council. Oh, let me just say one other thing, is that one of the reasons that I brought this forward so quickly after our meeting is that oftentimes we think that we have agreed to something and that we have some consensus on it, and then we don't see change happen because of the process, the way the process works. So it seemed imperative to me that we just keep moving on this and actually take votes on it. It will require both the Planning Commission and the City Council to be involved in the decision-making, so it'll take a little time. I move that the staff bring to City Council an ordinance by October amending the current Land Development Code to implement the use of preliminary plats for subdivision approval for projects that have not yet been submitted.
Okay, what's your motion? Councilmember Chacon?
Wanted a second?
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I would like to make a friendly amendment. Instead of combining these 2 LDC requirements, separate them so we have 2 different ordinances.
I did already separate them.
Councilmember Dukes, she did separate. This is the first one.
No, it would have heard, and tell me if this is wrong, that you're making a motion for them to bring the ordinance back with both of them in it.
No, I didn't. I said I was bifurcating the 2 issues.
Okay, so there'll be two separate ordinances. Okay,
Correct.
sorry.
Councilmember Deere?
Yeah, I'm still not clear on what the ordinance that we're bringing forward would be in regards to the plats. Can someone from staff kind of expand on that for me?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. So the concept that has been discussed and what is being mentioned and brought forward is a preliminary plan process. It is a conceptual schematic that gives enough detail as to the proposed layout of a subdivision that would be able to give, based on a criteria approach, confidence as to what would ultimately come forward as a final plat. And in that preliminary plan would be brought forward to Planning Commission, City Council through regulatory process. So that's what's being proposed. It's an early touch point for the community and for the council to be able to provide guidance, direction, and/or some high-level decision-making, which then ultimately will give some predictability and clarity to the process for the developer moving from that preliminary plan to the final stage, and then being able to demonstrate that compliance.
So we'd basically be calling up every subdivision case by land development code now? Is that?
No, so this would be what I would call an introductory step. Currently, we don't have a preliminary plan. It's not uncommon for other municipalities, whether it's in Colorado or elsewhere, to have a two-step process where it is looking at like I say, 30% design of how that development's going to be laid out, the lots, the roads, how it's going to demonstrate compliance. It doesn't necessarily require significant expenditure on behalf of the developer to be able to put that effort forward, but it gives them some form of, once again, confidence and clarity and predictability of where and how the council is going to be supporting their development after they move from that stage. So it would almost be a trade-off to where you have the preliminary plan process that is moving forward. Once again, very high level, 30% design that gives enough context that bulk development standards are being met, to where then the final plat would not necessarily be called up unless it's not in substantial conformity with what the direction or the approval that council gave with the preliminary plan. So that way, when you're thinking about this from the time period, this may be occurring 6, 8, maybe 10 months in advance of a final plat, where we typically have seen these things come through our process. So a very early touch point is the anticipated concept around this.
Okay, so we would still be doing land use cases and, that part of the process first?
Correct. So, I mean, if you're taking something that's like a greenfield development, has no approvals, it would come in with a rezone to allow for said development. After said development, they would then move into this preliminary plan process, which would show the conceptual informative layout of their development and the bulk standards. And it would be after that approval, then they would be able to move into the final plat, which would allow for them to continue along that ministerial path.
Okay, and then, so how would this work, when someone brings forward a PUD, right? They have all these approved uses. Would we then have to approve that preliminary plat for them to move forward?
So great question. So with your plan unit development, obviously that would create the zoning police powers that dictate how things could move forward on that piece of property, right? Bulk dimensional development standards, development processes. I would assume that if there is a desire for a preliminary plan, we as staff would communicate the desire to keep the preliminary plan process as an applicable step for that continued review by the council. So PUD, preliminary plan, final plat, building permit. The final plat and the building permit would remain a ministerial in this new conceived process, while this preliminary plan would be another data point, touch point for council to ensure that the vision for that development is continuing as proposed, And then obviously, any determination then would be made at the time of final plat if substantial conformity is still being met for it to continue along that path.
And, you know, with 30% design, things are subject to change. Is there a threshold where, you know, someone brings forward a preliminary plat and then, you know, they decide that they want to change something that's still in accordance with, you know, their PUD, would they have to then come back before council?
That is another great question. When it comes to substantial conformity, and I think this will be a touch point that we'll have with council as we're developing the draft and talking about what's a relative percentage. I think it's dependent upon the comfort that and some of what is necessary when you're dealing with construction. I've seen ranges between 10 and 20% within substantial conformity, and they have to demonstrate why that why those changes are necessary in order to facilitate development as they continue to work through more of the final design and engineering of that plat. But if anything was to exceed that agreed upon percentage that would be adopted by council, they ultimately would then have to come back to city council to demonstrate that need above that percentage.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Noel?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the explanation, except you use the term plan, and this uses the term plat. So which is it so that we're accurate and don't have any questions on this motion?
City Manager Rogers?
It can be a plat. My apologies, I was using from my historical experiences, but it is plan or plat. They could be one and the same, but we use plat language here.
Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate that anyone who's in the chambers or listening at home or in their offices can learn more about why we're bringing this forward. But it was also thoroughly discussed, as I mentioned, at the Planning Commission / City Council meeting that was held to discuss the Land Development Code amendments a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sorry you weren't able to attend. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, could you restate that motion, because I don't have it in front of me?
Do you have an email for me? I move that the staff bring to City Council an ordinance by October amending the current Land Development Code to implement the use of preliminary plats for subdivision approval.
Okay, thank you. All right. Some more. We're ready.
I did not hear a second.
Councilmember Chacon seconded.
Oh, okay.
She was restating the motion. I didn't have that in front of me.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Yeah, that passes 7 and 2, no votes. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, what's your second item?
Okay, and the second item is regarding the use of vinyl siding. As I noted, this had been originally brought to us by South Adams County Fire Department. In addition, we have seen issues involving siding, especially in the hotter parts of the community. So we had discussion of this as well at the Planning Commission / City Council meeting about Land Development Code. So the motion is, I move that staff bring to City Council an ordinance by October amending the current Land Development Code to prohibit the use of vinyl siding for new home construction.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
Wanted to second the second one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion on the floor to discussion. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I know this is a motion to create an ordinance, but I'm going to be consistent, and I think this is overreach. When we start dictating what can be built, how to be built it, I think it makes it harder for a city to grow. And also there's some unintended consequences when not looking at this across the whole city. And so we didn't really get the chance to dive into what it looks like with remodels or expansions in the south, in the east and west, all parts of our city. And so I feel like this is an overreach. So I'll be voting no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Dare.
I agree. I know it's for new construction, but whenever we start legislating for north or south, I think it's, it just shows where people's priorities are in terms of Commerce City and not seeing the city as one city. And in the south, we have people that don't even have siding on their houses. So, dictating what they can put, or if, they're building a new house in Commerce City, we get a lot of that too. It becomes an affordability thing too for people. Not everyone can afford, the fancy concrete and, steel aluminum siding that people want to see. But, at the same time, why are we dictating what our neighbors, can put on their house or choose to build their house with, right? That to me just seems like a bit of an overreach, so I won't be supportive.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Other communities have this, and as I noted, this was something that the City Council thought that they put in place 2 years ago. So this was just coming back again. And please, no one consider that it has anything to do with anything other than brand new construction. And in my experience in talking with various developers, there can be a mix when you are determining what is affordable and what isn't affordable. And in addition, some of the affordability on vinyl can be an issue for the buyers after the fact, because now they have siding that isn't as adequate as it needs to be and could be. The homes in Commerce City in the Northeast have not reflected affordability when it comes to using vinyl siding. As I said, I had other conversations that included the fact that concrete actually can be less expensive and also withstands fires and doesn't have issues when it comes to really hot weather. So I will continue with this motion, and I hope it receives approval.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, after speaking with some on the line firefighters, that the way some of our construction up north is just too close together, and I asked them what could be done in their opinion, and they said that we need to get rid of that vinyl siding because it just melts away, and then the house is catching on fire after it melts away. And that's one problem with it. The other problem on the hail, when hail comes to town, it just tears it up, and it doesn't last. And I know we was looking at the concrete siding, but rather than go with predicting a particular type of siding, we just wanted to get rid of the worst siding, because it's just, there's no justice for the homeowners that have to deal with vinyl siding. That's all I got.
Thank you. And I will say that our meeting with the planning, our joint meeting, it was discussed that if there are any repairs or replacement of homes that previously had siding, this would not affect that decision. So this is just for brand-new homes that are built when they are being permitted. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I just, so during the planning commission meeting, there was a comment made about the vinyl siding, and I've also mentioned that I was worried about the fire part of it. But then the comment made, it was like the fire, what really matters is the fire wall. As you know, Councilmember Teeter, being a former firefighter, the wall within and behind the siding, regardless of what house it is, I think that matters more. The other piece is that we are approaching a conversation around fire hardening across our landscaping, and I think that's going to be more impactful than telling people, frankly, how to and what to build with their homes. And then I do worry about the unintended consequences of this motion in other parts of our city, because we haven't really played that out. Even with the Joint Planning Commission and conversations, I think there were great discussions. But there is unintended consequences when we add certain preferences. This is a preference. Like, if you don't like vinyl siding, it doesn't mean that I should dictate as a council member policy to say you can't buy it because I don't like it, you can't buy it. And that's not how the free market works. I think if folks really didn't want vinyl siding in any part of the city, the developers and the community want to develop houses that are actually ranging at $600,000, $700,000 with that vinyl siding on there. So there want to be a market for it. But the last concern is just the overreach. I think there's a number of things that as a government we shouldn't be dictating, and this is one of them. A bunch of other things I think we chat about, but I think we should let government stay out of it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no others. Mayor Pro Tem, can you restate your amendment, because I don't have it? Your motion, sorry.
I move that staff, I move that staff bring to City Council, well, technically Planning Commission, but bring to City Council an ordinance by October, amending the current Land Development Code to prohibit the use of vinyl siding for new home construction.
Okay, thank you.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 5-4. All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to take a step back here and reopen the public hearing because I forgot one of our citizens, allowed them to speak. So going to open the public hearing and allow Mrs. Bailey to come up forward and.
I think you mean the public comment, Mayor.
Public comment, sorry. Thank you for the correction.
Hi, I'm Celestine Bailey, and I live at 5837 Alday Street. And I've been fighting for a speed bump on my road for a long, long time. Then people fly by in here. And the other morning, I was watering the grass, and this little boy was walking to school, and that car just flew by him. And they know it's a school zone. Why don't they stop and see something going on? But I just want you all to help me get some speed bumps on that street, because they got them down below, which they didn't need them, and they got them above. I need them by my house, because it's a school zone, and the school is right next door. And them people just fly. I don't understand it. When that little boy was walking to school and I seen him, and that man just flew by there. So I want you to help me get some speed bumps down the street. Would you please help me? Because I just need to get something done, because I don't want anybody to get killed or anything. But I've been in Commerce City a long time, and I'm 92 years old. And I just want to have some help. Could you please help me get some speed bumps down that street? Won't you? People just drive crazy down that street, and it's not nice. Because it's a school zone, and it said speed limit, 25 miles an hour. Who goes 25 miles an hour? They're going 75 and 80, maybe 90 down that street. And it's terrible how they go down that street when they know there's a school right there, and they should watch for the children. And I just don't know what to tell you. I just want you to help me get some speed bumps, okay? I just love you all, and I just need some speed bumps on that street, because I know them kids would love to have speed bumps. And if people they just need to come and help me get some speed bumps. I know it's a lot to talk about, but I need speed bumps. That's the only thing I gotta say. I need speed bumps. So please help me, won't you?
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
You're welcome.
All right, on to presentation, 2026 budget preliminary session, number 3. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I got a question for the city manager. How do we get that young lady some speed bumps?
You made them speed bumps.
So I think the first thing we have to do in any aspect when we're dealing with engineering and traffic calming measures, we have to go out and we have to assess and we have to look at what's applicable. So we heard the comments tonight. PW will go out with the appropriate team and look at what are the countermeasures that are within, I'll call it, technical specification to address concerns, because we have to look at it from that perspective. That said, we will also have conversations with the residents on the street to understand what's occurring. But I have to just share with the council, when we are installing a countermeasure for traffic calming or safety, we have to also ensure that it does not create a further risk for liability or issuance of heightened concern. So we have to look at that in the context. So I understand that there's a desire for speed bumps and or more. The staff will evaluate what's appropriate and what they can be able to move forward with based on the engineering analysis and expertise that guides that decision making.
I appreciate that. You know, in the past, it used to be, there was a few different ways things like that got taken care of. One was we go through the engineering process. Number 2 was if the majority of the residents on the street prefer to have those speed humps, then they were able to get speed humps. And then there was also the ability to have a request from the city council to place those speed humps. And I think that same situation happened with a crossing that Council Member Chacon asked for on 64th Avenue a while back that hadn't met that criteria, but we still approved it. So I just want to get, these people came in tonight, all from the same area, all with the same concerns. I would like to, I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'll listen to the attorney first. How's that?
Yes, Deanne.
Thank you. So there are engineering standards that we have to take a look at to comply with the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the engineering standards, but we can certainly look at that, come back with you with a report to let you know what we find.
All right, then I'm going to ask you, is it applicable if I make a motion that actually contains the requirement of the engineering, if that engineering states that it is applicable to have a speed hump, that we wouldn't have to come back here if I make a motion now and get the council's decision on it, if it meets the standard for engineering to have those speed humps, so we wouldn't have to go through that extra step.
I'm not quite sure what the extra step is. If it meets engineering standards and there's an engineering reason for it.
What I'm saying is I don't want it to I want to be able to say, I'll make a motion right now. Here's the motion. I'll make a motion to install speed humps if the criteria for the engineering justifies the speed humps, so that it doesn't have to come back before this council after the engineering piece is done.
So you can certainly make that motion if you would like. So I hear a motion that you would like us to look at it and implement a speed bump if the engineering standards are met.
If the criteria is met, I would like the speed humps to be put in. That's my motion.
So Councilmember Ford, we're going to do that during a council administrative business.
And if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
If it's going to meet engineering standards, we'll put it in anyways, because it's in that aspect, it's operational. And I hear what you're saying about going out and inspecting, and we're going to do that regardless. If it comes back as, yes, it's met the standards and it can be placed in these locations, we can move forward without the need for council direction. It's in the instance if those speed humps aren't warranted, is the question at hand, I would say, is where you're trying to
I
get to.
understand. It's just that these people are here tonight. We have had these conversations with Ms. Valdez in the past after citizen communication to try to be able to take care of some issues. So I'm just trying to send these people home with a little bit of hope and faith in this council. And I'll leave my discussion at that.
City Manager Rogers, I was going to suggest too that I think there was an issue when these speed bumps were put in after it was asked the city in Adams County to put speed bumps around all schools.
Correct. And there was an analysis that was done at that time, and based on the volumes and speeds that were collected and the locations of what were within the jurisdictional boundaries, what you find out there is what was brought forth because of the engineering standards in the MUTCD. We have looked at portions of Olive. It's been a couple years. Back in those times, that it didn't meet the warrants or the standards necessary for installation of speed bumps. But once again, there's nothing wrong with us going back out and doing another assessment and analysis to determine whether or not the conditions in the environment have significantly changed or the standards as we understand it have changed as well. So, and plus, we've also just conducted a speed study, so we can look at speed study, we can look at the other issues that we're hearing. But I would say even when we did that back in with Ms. Kincaid and how that was our response, we still had to rely on engineering standards and the guidance of those on where we could locate those and the type of bumps or tables or humps that could be applied.
Okay, I understand that. What I believe is they put them on the street in the wrong location because they are not going towards the school, which the school is to the south. They are going to the north, which is to 60th. So they were placed. There are speed bumps on Olive, but they're at the north end and not the south end, which is right next to the elementary school. That's the important piece. So if there was some analysis that were done and they failed to recognize that, and so
I think Mayor, I don't want to go back down I don't want to go down the path of the past. I think if there's a desire to look at what can be done on Olive Street and 58th, we can look at that.
no, yes, and I'm saying I'm not asking you to go into the past. I'm just stating because I physically went over to see the area. That's all. That's all. I'm just making a statement. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who came out this evening as well. This is how you get your voices heard. But I also want to say that so there are speed bumps on the street that's to the south and to the north, but this particular stretch of the road has been dismissed. So there aren't speed bumps where there should be speed bumps. With the motion that it sounds like is coming forward in administrative business, if in fact the engineering report does not reflect that there needs to be speed bumps, then will we be notified immediately so that we can take action as a council?
City Manager Rogers.
Are you wanting to understand what the study analysis once we conduct
I want
it?
to know what the outcome is once it's done, and I'd like to make sure it's done right away. And then if it comes back that it analyzes it and says no, then we as a council should be notified so that we can take action as a council, because Councilmember Ford stated that the second one as an option or an opportunity to get them is to have the council request them.
So just conferring, I think the first step, once again, going back to it, is we heard the concern, we've heard the issues. We have to go through and conduct what's been our process of how to look at addressing those issues.
I understand that, and I said that I'd like to see that done right away, but I would also like to know what that outcome is so that the council is not left hanging, not knowing.
So if I may, where I was going with this is that once we conduct that analysis, if there is support from the engineering and the practical steps that we can take based on that guidance and approval process that we have and we have to hang our hats from, we can share with council that, yes, this is how it's moving forward, when it's moving forward from an expectation. If it does not, then we can come back to the council and provide what we believe are the next steps and the appropriate countermeasures in absence of speed humps and or speed tables and the like. So going back to it is my staff and I have to obviously take that next step of conducting an analysis in the field to assess the issues with speeding, the issues with design, and how to best address those, and then report back to council once we have a credible report subject to that analysis, then to determine the appropriate next steps.
Thank you. One other thing that I wanted to bring up, that when the incident with the loss of Kara Kincaid, who was a dear member of our community, very young, I was over in that area a lot before the speed bumps were put in, but I know a lot of that area over by Monaco Elementary School is, they're enclaves of the county, but on those streets, they had temporary speed bumps put up that were just brought in and laid out. Is that something we can also look into as well?
Once again, I go back to what is the engineering standards and practices. I don't want to speak or commit myself or my organization to something that may or may not be appropriate as we do further investigation. I will share this. I did get some information just now, most recently, and if the council would like to have it, I can send it as an email as well. But it appears my team actually conducted a speed study July 21st through the 29th. Now, once again, we can go back out and look at during the start of the school year, see if anything has changed. But the average percentile for Olive Street between 56th and 58th along that week period was 28 miles per hour, based on the data collection that we did from that speed study.
And that's with putting out the sensors?
Putting out the sensors of
I can tell you that those sensors work to make the speed go down because people see those. They see them, they're gonna slow down. So a lot of times data isn't always a reflection of reality. Just wanna leave it at that, but I also wanna leave you with the thought that there are devices that are not permanent that are available that could be considered as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
So going back, Mayor, we conducted a speed study. There's nothing saying that we can't conduct one now that school is back in session and see whether or not the relative data between that period and now has changed dramatically or not, to once again give another data point in the discussion. All of that will feed into our engineers' analysis and recommendations. And once I have that, I will be able to bring that back to the body.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I just want to second Councilmember Ford's recommendation or motion to have the speed study, or to have the engineers, based on engineering standards, if it meets the standards, put in the speed bump. So I want to second that. Is that the motion? If it meets engineering speed bump? And I think
We're not,
there was a motion on the floor, and so I'm seconding a motion that was on the floor. And that's the motion. I second that, and I agree with it. And I think, City Manager Rogers, if there's one thing that you can provide, just the time frame of like when it takes to go out and actually look at the engineering, I think a motion is important, and make sure we have this as a priority.
I unfortunately can't give you that time frame because I don't know what our other traffic team may be doing with warrant analysis. And the difficulty here is I understand that we have the community's concerns with this issue, and I'm not dismissing that, but we've also have other community concerns that may have come through other channels through the access, and that we maybe have lined up. So I can't fairly say that this should rise to the top, whereas we've had people who have gone through that process of reaching out directly as well to Public Works to ask for a traffic analysis or a speed analysis, and are waiting information as well from signage, from other countermeasures similar to this or in addition to that. So I have to look at the appropriateness and have to have that conversation with the team. You've made a decision that this is a concern of the council, it's a concern of the city. We will address it and we will be able to provide information. But like I said, I have to look at also the other areas that we have in the city that are also relying on this very conversation that we're having tonight, but is being done directly with our staff, and have to rely on where they're at and what can be done.
Yeah, and I appreciate the response to Manager Rogers. There is it's a big city, there's a lot of requests. There's a lot of things that need to do with traffic calming, and there's a lot of questions. So I think having this motion and this vote tonight will just give us a timestamp when we can look at maybe following up in 6 months or whatever it takes, so we have a record of this is moving forward, and so we can communicate it with our constituents. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. So we get a little close on time here, so I know I asked earlier about amending the agenda. Is going to get the council's approval can we go to the GIDs because it's
Sorry, Mayor, point of
scheduled
order.
at 7:30?
Point of, we still
So,
have to
hold
vote.
on. They're scheduled at 7:30, so we can begin the preliminary meeting. We'll have 15 minutes, and then we'll have to recess to go into GID.
So as I understand it, what we have is as the presentation.
Yes.
So we would recess to the GID or URA shortly thereafter, or at 7:30. So correct me if I'm wrong here, Acting City Attorney, Ms. Durfee, that while we are still discussing this matter, we have the flexibility that even if the GID discussion was to run late after 7:30, it still will align with what's been approved as the agenda to occur shortly thereafter, in and around or after that 7:30 time period of the budget presentation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. All right, 2026 Budget Preliminary, Section 3, will by Chris Johnson, Budget Manager.
Point of order,
forward.
Mayor. There's a vote and a second on the floor,
There's no,
and so we have to.
Councilmember Dukes?
Mayor,
No, we're making it, we're
we
doing
have
that.
to. There's a vote and there's a point. There's a first and a second on
Point
the
of
floor.
order, we're doing
It's
that.
out there.
Point of order, we're doing that, the administrative council business. I stated that after Councilmember Ford
We
stated that.
can't move on per Bob's Rules of Order. You can't move on to another business item when there is a motion and a second on the floor. You have to conclude the motion in a second before we move forward.
There is a motion and second on the floor.
Okay. When that was made, though, I asked to hold us off until then. Councilmember Dukes, I did state that prior to that, okay?
I understand, Mayor, but there is a second to a motion that's currently on the floor.
That's fine. Councilmember Ford, restate your motion, please.
My motion is to install a speed hump on Olive Street after we have a successful engineering update, whether it meets the criteria for a speed hump. I also mentioned that there was 3 ways to get a speed hump, and you should remember this, Mayor, because you were on the council at the time. Everybody on the street could ask to have one, and we put it in. Or a council could request it, and we put it in. Or the engineering standard was met, and we put it in. So all I'm trying to do is we hear these requests all the time coming into this council. I'm just trying to get these people a speed hump. I'm not trying to to harm anybody. I'm trying to help the situation, and instead of dragging it out 6 months,
Yes.
so my motion is to get a speed hump for the lady on the street, and I'd like to see what the engineering says, whether it's justified or not. That's my
Councilman Ford,
motion.
can I just clarify that your motion, if I understand your motion, it is to, depending on the traffic warrants study that is done by staff, to install speed bumps or humps if they are warranted under analysis by staff?
Not just by traffic counts. I think it's to the overall engineering of a speed hump for the need in that area for a speed hump. If it meets the criteria, and there's a lot of different criteria, not just speed. So after the engineering study is done, if it meets the criteria, I just want to get the speed hump put in. That's my motion.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Chacon?
Just for clarity, one of the also criteria can be for community demand as well. Like if community demands it, can that be in there as well?
Friendly amendment?
I will accept that.
Friendly amendment, excuse me.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes? Accept that?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9-0. All right. Okay, on to the next one. Okay, presentation, 2026 budget preliminary session number 3. Chris Johnson, Budget Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Rogers for the opportunity to present once again. For the past 3 to 4 weeks, we've focused mostly on the general fund and capital expenditure funds. Today, we wanted to go over some of our smaller budgeted funds to make sure you had an opportunity to review them before we get to the brass tacks of finishing out the budget. You can see we have 5 different fund types on the board there. General fund houses most of the departments of the city and most of the major revenues. And then some special revenue funds need to be created to segregate certain amounts from very specific revenue sources. We have one enterprise fund that is used and financed by fees. And then our internal service funds, if you remember from a couple weeks ago, these are our funds made up of departments that are charged out to our general fund department. So things like fleet and information technology, and then of course our capital project funds, with the main one being the capital expenditure fund. The first ones up are the sources and uses for our internal service funds. You can see we have 4 there: fleet, facility, information technology, and benefits. These will all show up within the city's budget as a special line item. You can see in our fleet, we have our allocated charges. That is the amount actually charged out to the departments. And then our fund balance transfer is to replace vehicles and equipment. And that is taken from fund balance as we have been collecting to replace those. Next one is our facilities, which the entire department charges are allocated out to the divisions based on square footage. Information technology is allocated out to the departments based on their need and use of technology items. And then our benefits fund there at the end is our health and dental benefits, which is charged out to the departments by FTE count. This is the source and use for our capital expenditure funds. We have our certain types of revenues that are directly deposited in the fund, including transportation tax, road and bridge, HUTF, and which is highway user tax, and then our EDCO open space, as well as PEG fees. We have some small fund balance transfers from those to make up, and then the transfers in, as cited on July 28th, 5 million from general fund and 6.4 from 2K, as well as transfers in from solid waste, which we'll go over, conservation trust, which we'll go over in a second, and then a policy of a CIP indirect allocation. Those will fund our capital projects as well as a small transfer to fund balance. These are 4 different types of fund. You see our one enterprise fund there, which is made up our solid waste fee, which is also known as a tipping fee. And then the conservation trust, being a special revenue fund, is brought in by lottery revenue. And then both of those are transferred out to our CIP to help fund projects. You see our fiduciary fund, which is our elected officials' retirement, which the transfer in from the general fund will fund that. And then on the right, we have a capital project fund, which is our water acquisition, which is funded by a fee, and then those are restricted to only water acquisition projects. This is our impact fee funds, which houses all the impact fees collected by the city. You can see it's broken down into the 4 types. We have parks, roads, drainage, and facilities. There's also subcategories in those based on benefit district. These funds are restricted to the certain type of projects in the certain districts they are collected. This is the source and use for our debt service fund. Down at the bottom, we have our 3 major debt payments that are housed in that fund, and then mostly funded by the transfer in from general fund. It's also funded in part by a transfer from the URA and reimbursement received from Cronky Sports Enterprise. When we come back to you in a little less than a month to finalize the budget, I just wanted to make you guys aware that there will be some things, some numbers that have changed. The general amount will probably stay pretty similar, but we will go through our position budgeting to make sure we've captured all salaries accurately. And then we will update any benefit amounts from our partners in human resources for things like property casualty, and if the health insurance has any major changes. There might be some internal reorganizations brought in. Anytime we have an updated contract, one of the main ones that stands out for me is for our ADCO services. We update the amount to the contract amount. And then we're also taking a look at all our revenues to see if we have any revisions to made in those. And then we will rerun our allocations from all those internal service funds as we saw before. At this time, I'm going to pass it off to the Assistant to the City Manager, Peters, to go over the legislative budget.
Good evening. I would just like to walk you through the legislative budget really quick. The division overview just covers the mission statement and the key responsibilities that align with the budget book and the current website. The FTE history is still the same. Consistently the 9 of you. The financial summary, as it looks right now, there is a significant increase from 25 to 26, and that is due to a couple of things. One is the facilities allocation, the other is the computer allocation that Chris spoke about, and then the other significant increase is a $50,000 increase in the career development meetings, which is the travel budget for City Council. It was originally budgeted as $16,000 in 2025, and we are already at almost 300% over budget in that line item. So we'll be increasing that for 2026.
Excuse me, Councilmember Dare, you have a question?
So, do you have a breakdown of who spent how much on travel? I haven't traveled at all this year, so that's figures astronomical and a little crazy to me.
I do. Most of it is the CML conference so far this year, where there was a larger number of council presence at the CML conference. And we're sitting at that number with still the next NLC conference coming up.
Isn't there a limit by council member for these types of events? Used to be like $10,000 council person.
That's only 500.
No. It's my understanding there is no policy that is currently set within City Council's policies as to the amount that can per each council member that can be expended. There's a discretionary fund, which is a $500 limit, which is not anywhere close to the 10,000 that you were speaking about. So I think historically we have budgeted around that 16, 17,000 based on historical patterns. And then obviously with this year, we've just seen a significant increase in that with travel.
I will
So
be.
we used to have, maybe it was a informal policy that each council member received an allotted budget for these types of educational and conferences, whatnot. And then anything next to that, they would have to come before council to request permission to essentially exceed that budget.
Yeah. Nothing's coming to mind, but we can certainly take a look and see if that's something that's just not coming to memory. But,
I'll be making a motion later in administrative council business.
I will also be adding an extra tab to the quarterly reports that I've been sending out that talk about what we currently sit at for sponsorships, golf tournaments, and discretionary funds. We're going to add a tab for the meetings account number as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, just following up on that, can you clarify, so how much is of the service and charge are just travel?
Currently, in this year's budget, it's only budgeted at 16,000, but we are currently at, excuse me, $51,523.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the 16,000 was based on, because you knew CML was coming, right? And it was a part of
Yes.
the, and this isn't attack on you, I'm just kind of trying to
No,
wrap my head
No, that's
around
fine.
the big
We do
difference.
base it on historical
Okay.
purposes, so we can report on what that used to look like.
Okay,
I
okay.
think we've just had more participation
Oh,
this year
okay.
in some of the CML conferences and different things, and other national boards and those kinds of things that have been an increase in activity.
So there's been more travel than the CML. Some are going to different boards and different things more
Yes.
frequently.
It's not just CML, but CML was the most recent one that we had a lot more participation in than we have in the past.
Okay, that makes sense. So CML had more participation, which is it's a great conference for all of us to go to, and the National League of Cities. But then seems like there's other things that are taking place on council that there's a lot more travel than it has been in the past. Because
Yes.
I think 16,000 between CML and National League of Cities, that's 16,000, right? But to jump to 51,000, I'd be curious around who's traveling that much. In terms of like when Councilmember Dara thinks about the motion, because that's a lot. That's a big jump. Or even ICSC, that's not $51,000. I mean,
And that's in this number as well.
that's in that number
The
too.
ICSC.
I mean, I would assume NLC, CML, and even ICSC with 2 members, that's still not $51,000. So I'll be curious to hear who is maximizing our travel a lot more, and how, because does this include per diem?
Yes, it's all things involved in travel.
Wow.
Baggage fees, all of those kinds of things.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, I'd be interested, because last year, what was the service and charges last year for 2025? Or, I'm sorry, this is 2026. What was it for 2024?
We'd have to run that report. I don't have that in front of me.
Because in 2024, it was budgeted
Okay.
923,000, and then the actual was 882,000 for 2024.
For the overall travel expenses or the overall
No,
budget?
overall budget.
In 2024, we had an abnormally large computer allocation. It was like 140,000 to pay for some of the technology upgrades in this room that was not in subsequent years. So that made a large portion of that budget in that year.
Right. But as far as the,
Travel allotment, we had food and travel put together at that time, but I believe 2024 was 65 total, but we split out food to track that a little better, so that's why it lowered.
okay. Yeah, because I know Councilmember Dara's talked about, because there was, that budget used to be around think around 70,000 a year.
Yes, but as Chris mentioned, we used to keep the food number in there so all of the dinners and things for this council meeting were all in that same number. Once we realized that that was kind of skewing the number, we separated that out. So once we took out all of the numbers for the food, the 16,000 is what was left for travel.
Yeah, that really doesn't make sense. I know you're just talking about going zero-based budget, right? So start over from previous year. But for the time I was on council before, we had a budget for travel. And it was set, so not everybody went. Those who did, money was there. And if you went outside of that number, then you would have to ask for council to request you go on as far as travel goes. But that, like I said, that budget was $10,000 though for each member. And for those who didn't go, you couldn't take from somebody else.
Sure.
So, yeah, that doesn't add up, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then this slide talks a little bit about the overall council budget and how that is being broken out as the proposed budget for 2026.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So I see it reflects.
Your button.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I see it reflects salaries, and salaries is $142,245, and that's for the 9 city council members.
Yes.
Over the course of a year.
Yes.
And for that, we receive a stipend for, tell us what is included in that 142,000 that each city council member receives proportionately.
The 142,000 there is just salaries. The vehicle stipend is in that 28,200.
Okay, so, and the expectation is that council members are actually participating, attending meetings, I would assume, to receive salaries and car allowance and that kind of thing, going to meetings. So that would be interesting to know also, any data we have on that. Thank you.
All right. And then we just wanted to sort of capture some of the larger accomplishments that have been noticed this year for the council. And that's all I have. If anybody
Thank
has
you.
any questions.
Any council members have additional questions?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Chacon?
Sorry, just to follow up on the houselessness, has Cuica Montoya, or I think it was Homeless Out Loud, reached out to Commerce City? They were trying to
Not
look
to
for.
my knowledge, no.
Okay. I know that they've been wanting to for some time, and I received an email, but I asked them to reach out to both of you, just in case, so that we could see if there's help for temporary housing, things like that.
Okay.
I can't say that
I'll
I've
double
received,
check.
I haven't seen an email, so, I mean, if you have their contact information, I think we can obviously make a reach out.
Forgive me, I was sick last week. I will forward that again.
Thank you.
All right, close to time here. Okay, now we're going to recess to the GID URA meeting, but before that, we'll take a 5-minute break, or make it 10 minutes. All right, thank you for the patience. We'll go ahead and call the ECAGID meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Oh, they're all here. Okay. Ask the secretary to take a roll call vote, please. Roll call, sorry.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Terry, present.
Board Member Madeira,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim,
Here.
Board Member Dukes,
Present.
Board Member Ford,
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Need approval of the minutes and a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Chacon.
Make a motion to approve the minutes?
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9-0. All right. Presentations, 2026 ECAGID preliminary budget presentation. I'll invite Tracy Wilson, Finance Director, forward to make a presentation.
Good evening, Chair and board members. We are here before you today to present some preliminary budget information for the ECAGID, which stands for E470 Commercial Area General Improvement District. The reason we're here presenting this preliminary information is so that it is. The reason is that better? Okay, I'll really lean into it. We wanted to present this preliminary information to you this evening so that you have an opportunity to review the draft budget information for the GIDs and the URA later this evening before the actual budget hearing starts in October and November, so that you have an opportunity to review and comment on and provide feedback on this information before we finalize it. In the past, we've kind of thrown this at you during the public hearing, and that's not really fair to all of you as a body, and that's why we're presenting this in a preliminary fashion as one of our improvements for the budget process in 26. So the ECAGID was formed in 2013. Since then, we have entered into some agreements. The first is an agreement between the Third Creek Metropolitan District, the ECAGID, and its residential counterpart, the ERAGID, to work on some projects related to sanitary sewer, water lines, storm sewer, street, and landscaping improvements. The ECAGID is on the hook for $7 million worth of those improvements, and the ERAGID for 6.8. And the balance is being covered by the Third Creek Metropolitan District. Related to that, there's a loan agreement between the ECA and the ERAGID. The loan is being flowed through the ECAGID, and work is being done in tandem with the ERA to pay their corresponding pieces of these improvements. And then there's a loan agreement between the ECAGID and Zion's Bank. We borrowed proceeds to handle the project reimbursements to Third Creek as these projects unfold. This is a boundary map of the ECAGID, so it's color-coded there. You can see the components of the GID there for reference. And we wanted to provide some mill levy history. So within the ECAGID, the 5-year history of mill levies is there at 15 mills back in 21 and 22, and then 27 mills from 23 forward. As a reminder, we did go through a 5-year history of having 10 and 15 mills between 18 and 22 as a means to spur development. So a former ECAGID board made the decision to lower the mills, and we've been back up to the 27 mills for a few years now, and this would continue for 26. This is a snapshot of how the preliminary budget data is currently coming together. For revenues, We do budget some earnings on investments based on the fund balance that the ECAGID holds. Currently, that's predominantly comprised of that bank loan that we took out for those improvements that I discussed. We also have incoming property tax. We will revisit property tax this time next week. The 25th is the deadline for the county to get their preliminary valuation data to us. So we'll be able to take a closer look and fine tune the property tax projection for 26. We also have some specific ownership tax, which is comprised of revenue we get from the county through vehicle registrations. We do get a small amount of delinquent taxes each year. And then based on that loan agreement between the ECA and the ERAGID, we do have that payment coming in from the ERAGID to the ECAGID. And then we have fund balance being brought in to help make the debt service payment on that bank loan. On the expenditure side, minor costs for auditing fees, legal fees. The county, we pay a property tax collection fee. When they remit property tax to us, they keep a portion of it for the administrative burden of doing so. And then the fees, interest, and principal associated with that bank loan. So after tonight, we will bring back a final proposed budget to you as a board on October 20th, part of the overall 2026 budget adoption process, where we open the public hearing on October 20th and continue it until November 3rd, at which time you as a board would act on the ECAGID 2026 budget. And with that, we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Vice Chair Noble.
Thank you. My question is actually for City Manager Rogers. My question is about the loan that was made for Third Creek. What is the status of the Third Creek project? I was at a part of a groundbreaking ceremony probably 3 years now, and we have an active loan. I would assume that we thought something was going to happen that would pay off that loan.
Great question. I know that was going to be a part of our presentation, but I can give a little bit of details. We are still waiting, well, not waiting. What we are aware of is that the Third Creek developer is working through the backbone infrastructure with the water district and other entities. That backbone infrastructure and its placement and acceptance is necessary in being able to start construction activities within that. That would be the Third Creek interceptor that I'm speaking about, that is required to come outside of Commerce City into it from Adams County. But there are certain matters that they are navigating that are outside of our purview, but influence when development activity can move forward. I think they are hopeful that that is coming to a period of resolution between all parties involved, which will then allow for the platting efforts that have occurred and have been approved to actually then take the next step.
Is there a new developer on that project?
I can't speak to who they have partnered with as far as home builders, but the underlying master developer is still the Cali companies.
Okay, so it's not McWhinney?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, it is 7:58. Adjourn this meeting. All right, I call the ERAGID meeting meeting to order. We'll ask the secretary to roll call.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madeira?
Here.
Board Member Teeter?
Present.
Board Member Chacon?
Present.
Board Member Kim?
Here.
Board Member Dukes?
Here.
Board Member Ford?
Here.
Board Member Douglas?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter,
Second.
sorry, Board Chair, Board Member Teeter. Second, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes 9-0. Okay. All right, Teresa Wilson, you're up on this one too. ERAGID, preliminary number 3, or 1.
Yes, so this is a sneak peek at preliminary budget data for the corresponding residential area general improvement district. So the same 3 agreements pertain to this GID that I explained during the ECAGID meeting. This GID was formed back in 2013. Both GIDs issued $2 billion worth of improvements, just debt authorization that's on the books. Not all of that has been taken. It's just the one bank loan of $14.125 million that we have on the books that's flowing through the ECAGID, but the ERA is on the hook to repay $6.8 million of that. Boundary map for the ERA, color-coded there in green. Mill levy history, this one has been steady at 30 mills historically. And then a snapshot at the preliminary budget data. So we have some investment earnings budgeted, property tax, specific ownership tax again, which comes from those vehicle registrations, miscellaneous revenue. On the expenditure side, we have auditing fees, legal fees, that property tax collection fee that Adams County keeps as part of remitting our property tax to us, and then that interest payment to the ECAGID as part of that loan agreement, and then use of fund balance to help meet all those obligations. Same next steps. We'll bring final numbers back to you at the October 20th meeting. The public hearing would be opened and continued to November 3rd, at which time you as a body would act on the proposed 26 budget. And then we welcome questions on the ERA as well.
Okay, any board members have questions? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, time is 8:02. Seeing no further business, we are adjourned from this meeting. Okay, I call to order the NIGID meeting order and ask the secretary to take a roll call vote, please. Roll call, sorry.
Chair Douglas?
Present.
Vice Chair Noble?
Present.
Board Member Madeira?
Present.
Board Member Teeter?
Present.
Board Member Chacon?
Present.
Board Member Kim?
Here.
Board Member Dukes? Board Member Ford?
Here.
Board Member Douglas?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9-0. Okay, under presentations, 2026 NIGID preliminary budget presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair and board members. Wanted to also give you some preliminary budget information for the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District, the NIGID. You may recall that back in '97, the electors of the NIGID approved the issuance of bonds for 2 purposes, $5 million for water improvements and $10 million for sewer improvements, for a total authorization of $15 million. Last year, you may recall, you passed a bond ordinance which allowed us to pay down a lot of this debt, just under $11 million. due to fund balance that we had accrued, and then we refinanced the remaining balance after that to take advantage of a better interest rate environment and lower our debt burden for NIGID property taxpayers. Over the next several years, as we retire that debt, the maximum debt service amount due under the existing amortization schedule is $4.6 million. We also included a boundary map for reference, color-coded. You can see the boundary of the NIGID. Mill levy history. This one has been declining due to that debt burden decreasing and needs for the principal and interest payments changing over time. Back in 21 through 23, 21 and 22, it was 20 mills. In 23, we reduced it to 14. And then last year, as part of that refinancing and paying down a lot of the debt, we were able to lower it to 8 mills. We will continue to monitor this, and it is likely after 26 that we will be able to continue lowering this as we retire that debt. A snapshot at the budget numbers for the NIGID for 26. A lot of the same components. We have some interest earnings, the vast majority of revenue into the NIGID is in the form of property tax. We do have specific ownership tax again, along with some revenue from agreements and fees. On the expenditure side, we have auditing and legal fees, the property tax collection fee that the county gets, and then our transfer from fund balance to service the debt, the remaining interest and principal payments that would be due in 26. Same story with the public hearing. We would bring final numbers back to you October 20th, at which time the public hearing would be opened and continued until November 3rd, when it would be closed and you all would get to act on the 2026 budget. And then we welcome any questions you might have on the NIGID.
Thank you. Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you very much. I'm unclear about the 43.7 million. Is that sitting out there now, the loan?
Yes. Those bonds get, as it sits right now, the remaining bonds would be paid off fully in 2036. So we still have a good 11 years remaining on that debt service. When we refinanced it in 24, after paying down that 10.75 million, we had to refinance the remaining balance. And at that time, it was 43.67 million. So that's what we're paying off between then and 2036.
What do we use that money for?
It was largely for all the improvements in the 104th corridor. Is that correct? I don't want to misspeak.
Mr. Manager Rogers?
Just to put a final point on that, that would be obviously widening roadway construction, water, sanitary, sewer, as far as the wet and dry utilities associated with that improvement for 104th.
Okay, so the 43 million was strictly for 104th.
That's my recollection, ma'am. I'd have to go back and take a look at the ballot measure, but yes.
Okay.
And that 43 million was the remainder of what we refinanced in 24. I don't have the original debt issuance number in front of me, but it would have been higher than that.
All right, I was just thinking about the NIGID and Chambers Road, in that money that comes into the NIGID could only be expended within the NIGID. So what about the property taxes that come in? What do you do with those? Are those expended only within the NIGID boundaries?
Yes, the property tax can only be used to service the debt, the remaining debt on that. And that's why that mill levy keeps declining, because that debt service requirement changes over time.
Okay, so it can't be used for infrastructure. It's just paying the
debt,
loan amount.
The debt was issued to pay for the infrastructure, and then we have to pay the principal and interest payments to service that debt. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board Member Teeter?
I just got a comment to make. You guys are bringing up old memories. I think I was the only guy around in 1997 on on this board. You're making me feel old. That's all I got.
That's all. Ms. Wilson, I had a question. If you could, Ms. Wilson, if you go back on the map, it shows it in blue. Thank you. So I see Legato has a little bit of a blue, that's the GID. Could you explain or why that is?
That's actually the City of Aurora's pump station. So that's been in existence well before we had created the ERA and the ECAGID. So with its construction and operations, it included into the NIGID. So the city of Aurora owns this facility. However, once again, they were governed by our rules at that time.
All right. And then the Allied Waste, is that where their office is, or a little blue area?
I can't speak to that particular area. I want to assume I'd have to look at an aerial to see how that actual polygon falls. It may be a collection of where their primary office is and maybe the park and ride lot that they have. But I'd have to look at it in aerial to overlay that.
You might be right on that, just the way it sits, okay. All right, thank you. Any other board members have questions? All right, it's 8:11, seeing no further business, we are adjourned from this meeting. Okay. Now, we'll call the URA meeting to order. Wait, we just did the NIGID, okay, hold on. It has different wording on mine, let's see here. All right, I will now call the URA meeting to order and ask the secretary to take a roll call.
Chair Douglas,
Here.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Madeira,
Here.
Commissioner Teeter,
Present.
Commissioner Chacon,
Present.
Commissioner Kim,
Here.
Commissioner Dukes,
Here.
Commissioner Ford,
Here.
Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Henson,
Here.
Commissioner Amador, Commissioner Machuga. You have 2 absent, and you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Ford?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes 10 and 2 excused absences. All right, I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Teeter,
I move for approval.
Commissioner Kim.
Second.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 10 with 2 unexcused absences. Okay, presentation, 2026 URA preliminary budget presentation. I will invite Terry Ware, URA Director, forward to make the presentation. Good evening.
Thanks. Should I repeat myself? Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for taking time out to review the preliminary budget. This is a map of the urban renewal areas that you see before you. There are 4 active areas at this time. The urban renewal areas, I'm going to go forward one. Oh, there's one. Oh, there we go. Thank you. There are 4 current urban renewal areas. The city center urban renewal area, which encompasses the area around King Soopers, expired last year. The length of time of each of the urban renewal areas is approximately 25 years. As you're aware, the basis of the urban renewal areas is that the tax increment that's collected from property and sales tax above the base assessment from the area represents the revenues that go to the area. So as an example, Prairie Gateway which was started in 2005, will expire within 25 years. The base on that area was 0, and so all of the revenue that's been collected is paid into the special fund of the authority to reimburse the developer for more than $100 million of improvements. The Derby Business District, created in 2009, the base district of that was $150,000. As you can see here, revenues collected approached $390,000, subtracted $150 from that. So each year, the district collects approximately $200,000 in revenue. Mile High Greyhound Park was created in 2018. The base amount was 0 of sales and property tax. And so as you can see, by this estimate here, approximately $419,000 is collected each year in revenues, and approximately the same amount is expended. And then Sand Creek. Sand Creek Business, or Urban Renewal District rather, was created in April 2022. The base amount was 0 of sales tax and approximately $98,000 of property tax revenues. I want to make a couple of points relative to these districts. We'll be coming forward to the board in the very near future to talk more about the Derby Business District Urban Renewal Plan for a couple of reasons. As many of you are aware and have been encouraging the city to move actively in that area, the city solicited and selected a bidder, contractor, to conduct improvements at the 72nd Place and Monaco intersection. We're in the process of vetting that particular contractor. There was approximately $330,000 that was allocated in the CIP capital improvement budget last year to do those improvements. All of the 5 bids we've received are significantly higher than that. So we'll be coming back to you in the coming weeks requesting an allocation of the $2 million rather, that's in the budget or in the fund, to allocate some of those funds to cover whatever that delta might be, which we're still trying to identify. In addition, Public Works will be managing a grant that we received for $100,000 to update the lighting and signage study. There will be some lighting that will be replaced as part of the 72nd Avenue project now, but we're looking to identify what those photometric and lighting levels are throughout the area to come back to you with a plan to replace the majority of lighting in there, depending upon what that budget comes out to be. Lastly, Mile High Greyhound Park. As you can see, perhaps it's not evident here, but looking through the past several years, the revenues from Mile High Greyhound Park have remained fairly steady. If you've been out there in the past few weeks, there is construction that's going on the southern portion of what's known as Tract 1. Del West is constructing 120 townhome units for sale, and we have been in discussions with them about moving forward with development of the northern half, and so we'll be coming back to you with some elements related to that. Again, that's going to be approximately 120 for sale townhome units. So, and then lastly, Sand Creek, as you can see, there's a deficit there of approximately $73,000. Those were funds that were allocated to the developer for studies, soil, environmental studies, et cetera. And we're seeking to work with the property owner and understand his process moving forward for development and perhaps the recapture of those funds. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
All right, any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Dukes?
Yeah, my question, you mentioned the crossway, so Monaco, and I'm assuming you're talking about the bricks, right?
Yes, that's correct. The pavers that have been slowly collapsing and deteriorating.
And then you said there's going to be a delta. So is that expensive? What I'm hearing you say, is that expensive to get?
That's correct. There is a spread of approximately $500,000 to $1.2 million in the 5 bidders that we received. So at a minimum, there would be an additional $200,000 plus or minus that have to be allocated to meet the lowest bidders bid. Obviously, at the other end, it'd be significantly more.
And what's the time frame to, obviously come back, ask for additional dollars, and then select the final bidder, and then ultimately breaking ground to get those pavers removed? What are you thinking?
Well, we're trying to be as aggressive as possible, and as I understand it, Public Works is hoping construction will occur this fall, October or November, depending upon circumstances.
Okay.
And so we'll be coming back to you within the next few weeks, I would say within September, to ask for that additional allocation once we've confirmed that the low bidder is competent and adequate to carry that out, carry out
And
the work.
outside of the additional allocations, anything you need from us as commissioners to speed up just the redevelopment and of the process, or?
Just your support.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Noble?
Yes, I wanted to ask about that as well. So Monaco and East 72nd Place, I think that's
Yes,
the
yes,
intersection.
East 72nd Place
Yeah.
in Monaco. Right.
And are the bids for replacing the brick or doing something different?
It'll be something different. Now, it's been determined that that's not a situation that's repairable. So we're going to be moving forward with doing subsurface work, obviously making sure that the utilities underground there are in good shape and repairing or replacing them if necessary. But then the road surface itself will be colored concrete in some pattern or another.
Okay, and will it be mostly infrastructure versus activating anything for the area?
This particular bid is just for the infrastructure portion. We are working in ED and other departments to come up with placemaking kinds of activities and events that will occur in the area, but those are still being planned. I don't think that they're going to impact the budget as you see it significantly.
Okay, and we had design plans at one time. I don't know if you'd call it, well, it was Mile High Greyhound Park, but it was our portion along Highway 85 for a cultural center.
You're referring to Tract A.
Yeah, has that fallen off the radar?
There have been some significant challenges moving forward with that. The plans that were done previously, the estimate was somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million to construct a facility that had the programs that were desired at that time. The challenge has been that most of the nonprofits or other agencies don't have funds to construct the facility, although they may have funds to operate or to maintain it. And so getting the facility constructed is the big leap right now.
Okay, and then on Sand Creek, there is a deficit, and that project that they were building there, the warehouses and so forth, that sort of died.
That's correct. As I understand it from our last conversation with the property owner, contrast between what the market was asking for at that location and the cost of improvements was fairly significant. So he's still seeking other users.
Okay, and how did we wind up at a deficit?
As I understand it from my conversations with finance, there were funds that were allocated to the developer to undertake soil studies, environmental studies, traffic studies, with the idea that they would be recaptured as development as moved forward. Development hasn't moved forward, and so that's why there's an existing deficit.
Another one of those. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to put a finer edge on Tract A. As some of you may remember, we actually entered into a collaborative approach on the design of that facility that would also look at the inclusion of some of the nonprofit organizations. There at no point in time was a discussion about having the nonprofit organizations help to fund the brick and mortar construction, simply looking at tenant leasehold structure of operating within that space if we were able to come to some good faith approach on what that facility may mean and how we've met our obligations under that cooperation agreement with Adams 14. When those conversations occurred and were moving forward, there has since not been a conversation with Adams 14 to restart that after we understood what the cost of construction would be and what would be the highest and best use and what would be the purpose and the intent of what that agreement was intended to deliver. So the next appropriate step would be to have a conversation with this board as it pertains to what efforts it would like to restart and what level of engagement does that then mean with Adams 14? And if not, then what does that then mean with for Tract A for other potential users or uses that would then obviously maximize the overall development of Mile High Greyhound Park. So I would say that there will be a forthcoming conversation with the board about what do we do with Tract A, what obligations have we met, have not met, and what does that then look like in partnership or not with Adams 14. But just to kind of recap where things were left off at the summer of 2023.
Okay. Commissioner Madero.
For the intersection in Derby, is there anything being put in place to prevent oversized trucks from entering that intersection? You know, as we had someone earlier notice that the trucks are just tearing it up, right? That intersection is not made for semi-truck traffic, and you have trucks going through there, destroying that intersection, right? Because they're too big to be in there.
Perhaps someone from Public Works or other department might be able to answer that. I'm aware that in the specifications for reconstruction, they are considering the fact that that area, because of the location of some auto-related uses, et cetera, and traffic through there, does take pretty heavy traffic loads. And so it's my understanding that the specifications reflect higher engineering standards to deal with that. But I'm not sure if anyone else.
I'll weigh in on that, Chair. So we are aware of obviously the heavy truck traffic through that, and then obviously it's caused some issues and concerns. I think there is some exploratory countermeasures or measures that can be undertaken that may be able to limit and or rethink about creating a different level of placemaking event along that stretch of that corridor. So having had some conversation internally, we want to get through this bid for that infrastructure, but then we want to also be looking at other improvements that may help to create better patterns of traffic or travel in and around that area, and then also create different experiences. So I would say more to come on that, and I think what you've raised is something that can be considered as part of the design conceptual development.
Because I don't want to spend $500,000 on something that's just going to get destroyed.
Absolutely.
Is there anything that we can do to recoup some of these funds for the damage that's being caused?
That's a great question. That's one that I would have to have with legal counsel on what's available, what's not, and I think that would have to be a follow-on or a follow-up with counsel on what that may look like, and that we may be able to do that when we come back to you all on the larger Derby discussion after what we talked about earlier this year around the placemaking, about the planning, about the next steps, and what that might be as an opportunity to recoup some of the resources that we are expending.
Yeah, I would like to see a comprehensive plan brought before us when you request funds, because if you don't address the underlying issue, you're just going to have the same problem all over again.
Thank you. Just on line 2, we have a new member to our URA board, Commissioner Kathy Hinson from Adams County. Commissioner Hinson, did you have any questions?
Good evening. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you for letting me participate this way. I'm excited to be part of the URA board, and I do have some questions, but probably would be a larger conversation so that I get more specific information about the goals of each of these individual areas and learn from all of you and what the residents of Commerce City are hoping for us to accomplish through these plans. But thank you. I'm pleased to be part of this. I look forward to collaborating with all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hester. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment along the lines of Commissioner Madera. Some of the things that I see in Derby that have negative effects on the intersection that's in question. Those big trucks, if they're making deliveries, they have a right to go there even if it's posted no trucks. So you have Save-A-Lot grocery store. You have a lot of those businesses like the lumberyard, a lot of places that have to have deliveries in that area. So it has to be designed to handle trucks. Every morning, there's at least 2 full-size fire trucks that come over and eat breakfast over there. And so big vehicles are going through that area. One of the things I think that would help Derby and would help the traffic pattern is to get a signalized intersection at Magnolia and 72nd Avenue, because nobody wants to go through Derby to 72nd because there's no lights to be able to turn right or left. And with the volumes that 72nd has grown to, makes it very difficult to get into and out of Derby. So some of the things we need to look at is egress and ingress for the Derby area to provide flow through so that the businesses have some customer base, and to limit the intersection on Monaco for the trucks, to try to shift and try to make Magnolia more the main thoroughfare by adding a light. I just think those things would take care of some of your concerns, Commissioner Madera, and that's a note to staff. That's all I got.
Any other commissioners have questions? Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you very much. I do really hope, though, as we move forward with looking at Derby, that it's with a visionary eye as opposed to what is. I was in Fort Collins over the weekend, and I'm afraid I can no longer go on a vacation without actually looking at everything and saying, how do we do this? How do we do that? How do we get this? I was in Old Town. There's something called The Experience. McWhinney did it, and it is a wonderful area where families gather. There's they're not food trucks, but they're like food stations. There's a mini putt. There's a DJ playing music. There's all different kinds of things going on that if we could activate Derby, and that would mean, yes, they would have to go to Save-A-Lot from a different direction, or they'd have to go to the lumber store from a different direction. But if we could just think along those terms for the Derby area, I think it would be really attractive to residents throughout Commerce City. Thank you very much.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Teeter?
Yeah, along the lines of Commissioner Madura and Commissioner Ford talking about trucks in there, you know, the new design needs to be able to handle the trucks. And because of what Commissioner Ford was saying, with fire trucks are heavy. You know, you bring those ladders in, those are heavy trucks and they do damage. Trash trucks, when they're fully loaded, they're heavy, they do damage. And those are things that are in our community every day, and people don't realize how much damage they do, but they do damage. And so whatever we build, we need to build it planning on these trucks being there so that they don't do the damage. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
So City Manager Rogers, when you were speaking earlier about the possibility of, I don't know if you were indicating that we could restrict traffic going through that intersection. Was that what you were indicating, or was I wrong, or am I wrong?
No, I think you're absolutely accurate with that statement. I think we can look at everything from restricting traffic at Monaco. We're already doing a request for a bid for designing a traffic signal at 72nd and Magnolia. So once again, there's some other things that we can do from an infrastructure basis that will help to improve circulation in and around. That would make that Monaco section from 72nd to the pavers per se, and to that, what I will say, destinational location, will allow for us to be able to reimagine what that could be. But I think the first step is getting through the pavers, then the traffic signal, and then how you tie that leg of Monaco between, like I said, the pavers and 72nd into another opportunity that can be experiential for the community and for the users of Derby. But we're tackling the two first things that will allow for us to have that conversation.
Okay. So when you say traffic light, are you talking about the same one that Councilmember Ford had talked about at Magnolia?
That's correct, with the traffic
Great.
signal.
Okay, yeah, because just like in the north, to alleviate some of the traffic issues by putting in lights and restricting traffic from going through certain places, I think we can preserve a beautiful design that becomes the centerpiece of that community. So thank you so much for answering those questions.
All right. Thank you, Executive Director Rogers. Okay, Commissioner Henson, did you have something else you want to add?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I was wondering, this is not so much regarding infrastructure and traffic in the Derby area, but regarding, reimagining or revitalization. Has the city looked at partnering with Build a Better Block, the Build a Better Block organization? They are a 501c3 that does specific pop-up and transformative temporary projects in cities in certain, in areas that are in need, again, of reimagining or revitalization. And it is actually something I learned about at one of the NLC conferences. The city of Thornton did it, actually up near our East Lake area. But they have several project openings I saw on their website for 2025. So I'll just put that out there as maybe something, if staff has the bandwidth, or if the board would like to, get more information about that. Derby might be a good candidate for something like that. To Commissioner Noble's point, fresh eyes sometimes, or looking at what other folks are doing, can be very helpful to jumpstart really great projects in areas of our cities that need them. Thank you.
We are looking at a number of placemaking events, activities in the area. Quite honestly, one of the challenges to get the businesses and property owners particularly engaged. So one of the ideas we've looked at is pop-ups and food trucks. The right-of-way is pretty constricted in most areas, and so in trying to identify private property, either through acquisition or partnering with private property owners, we're continuing that effort. But it takes a village, if you will, and so it takes the property owners, the business owners, et cetera, to help and partner with us to make all of these things happen. And so we are engaged in ongoing discussions with various parties and stakeholders in the area to make these things that you've identified a reality.
All right, Commissioner Dukes.
Thank you. I have just a question about Sand Creek. I know the deficit is it's a big deal, but my other question is, I guess it goes along lines with the deficit, because there's a request or a need for improvement. And so I don't know, when you looked at our entryway from Commerce City, I think it's First Range Trailhead, how it's not well lit. It's pretty dilapidated. I mean, we have a sign there, but there's not like an attractive place. If you drive, you wouldn't know Sand Creek, there's a parking lot there. And so I'm curious, with knowing that there's deficit and knowing there's needs to maybe resurface or have some lightage or some type of, have you talked about how you can improve that parking lot?
Executive Director Rogers.
If Mr. Ware can go back, I think we can give you some construct foundation on where there's limitations. So when you look at the border of the Sand Creek, right, it was purposeful that the stretch of Ivy Street was included within that, because under the city's authority with the urban renewal, we are allowed to expend the funds only within the boundaries or immediately adjacent thereto that benefit the removal of barriers to blight. So when you're talking about the trailhead on Sand Creek, right, that falls outside the scope and the usage of those dollars, so that would then come back as a potential city responsibility or partnerships in seeking grant funds to help make those improvements. So
what I'm hearing is that's outside of the scope of this project, right, in terms of funding. But if the council looked at ways to have the city provide some type of fund for a signage, because you drive by Ivy and it's 52nd Street, you don't know that's the entry, right? Unless you've been out there, you're a novelist and you rode the loop a number of times. But what I'm hearing you say, that's a city council request, or something in that nature. Is that for funding of it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Noble.
One more point, one more question. I'm sorry. Has that been brought up before and a part of requests, or can you tell me about the history of anything being brought up around that specific space?
Yeah, I'm looking at my team as well, making sure that I'm not going rogue
I know
with my
based
own
on the
thought.
looks, I don't know if it has been brought up.
No, I don't believe it
Cheryl
has.
knows everything, but.
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Teeter.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Dukes brings up a good point. Going down Ivy Street, you'd never realize there's a trail back there. But that is a good point. But I was thinking about, we've been looking at putting a pedestrian bridge over I-270, and we still don't have funding for that. Would that money be able to help out with that pedestrian bridge, or?
Just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Are you asking whether or not the city has funds to help support a pedestrian bridge that's being considered, bandied around, discussed by CDOT?
Yeah, I'm looking at this 73,000, but I mean, that's not much for a bridge, but if they don't have nothing else to spend it on, that's something to think about.
So right now, like I said, we're working ourselves out of that deficit in the Sand Creek. So the property taxes, which if you look at that as a defunct landfill, it's not generating property tax at that commercial rate that you would see maybe if that was purely a gray field or an infield location. So that 8,600 is what we anticipate that we're going to receive over the course of undeveloped piece of property until a developer is able to come in and deliver the industrial uses that was intended, which would then help to fund the $3.5 million for Ivy Street, or actually construct Ivy Street, because that's why the Ivy Street spur, that finger, was included, because that helps to remove the blight, because it will allow for efficient, oversized commercial motor vehicle to travel along various roadways. So there's not much of anything from a funding perspective that we can do coming out of Sand Creek until they take some action in developing that piece of property. So anything that you're thinking about obviously is going to then impact the city budget that we're talking about. And then it kind of gets back to that decision point. Do these things rate as priority as some of the other things that we've talked about from our capital improvement program for 26 and from 26 through 2030? And that has to be weighed, just given with, once again, how we're trying to navigate some of our realities of projects. Now this, depending on the cost, signage for that trail, is that significant? Not so much, right? We could probably rifle through the couch cushions and be able to figure out how to put signage so that people are aware of the amenity that's there. When we start talking about a pedestrian bridge over I-270, that's 20, 30 million, and then that's working with a number of different stakeholders on how you get various clearances and things of that nature. So, and that, that's a project that probably isn't seen by the end of this decade in order to get in some certain reality. So I think with what you have is, and I think you heard from Mr. Ware, there's some opportunities, or there's some activation that we need to do with Sand Creek, with that developer. And I think getting creative on the type of users, and if we have to investigate the zoning that's in place to whether or not that's the one that's the highest and best to get us from this stage to another, I think we have to roll our sleeves up and have those conversations, because we had anticipated by this time half of that site would have been developed with almost 600 square feet of warehouse distribution logistics, and having cleaned up what is the border along 48th Avenue with Denver, where we've seen a lot of that illegal dumping and other activities that have occurred. So we need something to spur some activity that will then be a benefit and hopefully then actually be able to get Ivy Street under construction. Once again, that's $3.5 million if the city was to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Chacon.
I just wanted to add one more thing since we're talking about 270. There's a 270 steering committee that's going on right now. I think good time would be of the essence to work within Denver and then that space right now. They're offering to community members to also come and be part of the community steering committee as well. So maybe we don't have to replicate all the community outreach as well if community members are already involved with that steering committee. And I can forward that information just because I know that they're already planning it within Denver, within CDOT, and within RTD right now.
Mr. Ware, I had a question for you. And you brought up the Greyhound Dog Park, the budget. Last year, what was the budget numbers for 2024? Because I know we were supposed to receive certain amount of funds from the Greyhound Park, and
If I may ask, Mayor, are you asking what TIF revenues were generated?
yes,
Okay.
as far as payments, because I know that they were supposed to pay us a certain amount, and that didn't happen. I think it's based on construction or so. They were behind, and because there was a timeline of when those were established and when we receive our first payment.
So I think what you're talking about, where are we at with the TIF waterfall? And I call it the waterfall. That was the nomenclature that was established by our previous owner's rep, Regen LLC, in thinking about with the anticipated development of the residential under Del West, what would we assume by this time frame of TIF revenue from the collection of both property and sales and use tax? We have received a projected estimate from Del West of where they would be at in today's world. Similarly, where they project to be over the course. So that analysis is still underway. I think if you want to share with them again, Terry, what the budget that you find in Mile High Greyhound Park budget slide, the revenues that you see as far as property tax and sales and TIF is a combination of both the hotel property as well as the residential that is market rate that is able to be assessed as market and not affordable, or special limited partnership that takes away the tax basis of that property. So you're seeing just for what's anticipated for this year, what that revenue collection was, and we can get you those numbers for the previous years about where we currently stand.
Okay, we'd appreciate that, especially for the URA board and a new commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Dukes. Commissioner Dukes.
Just a quick question about, I was trying to look at my phone for the ridership, because my understanding that, sir, for Sand Creek, do you track ridership, like the number of cyclists that use Sand Creek? Because my understanding it's really highly used. And I know this is a budget discussion, but I'm curious around, is that something you track as we look at other possibilities of in the future funding? Like, do we know how many people ride?
I wouldn't say the URA would, just given that, like I says, outside that scope. I think that's more an appropriate conversation for PRG on what that usage is. And obviously, there may be something that we can also reach out to the Sand Creek Greenway Partnership, as they may have some additional data to help reinforce that. But
all right, thank you. You got it.
All right, no other questions? Okay, the time is 8:48. We are adjourned. All right, we will reconvene the city council regular meeting. We'll call the city council regular meeting back to order. Okay, consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented for a single motion and a vote. Any members of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for the discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 19 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Kim.
Yes, I'd like to remove proclamation 25-025, please.
Okay. Hold on a second here, let me. Sure we're on the same page here. All right, Councilmember Kim, you said, this is for the proclamation, hold on, let me. Should write down the right number here. What's the last three numbers? Sorry.
025.
025.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I'm pulling two resolutions, 2025-110 and 2025-111.
Okay, all right. Okay, I need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
We need a second.
Councilmember Dukes, sorry.
Second.
Getting ahead of myself. All right,
Your vote is open.
oh, don't you read the titles and we vote?
Councilmember Madeira, did you want to vote?
To approve the
Yes.
amended agenda. So you open it, and then vote is supposed to.
Okay, reopen the vote for you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, thank you.
Okay, pass unanimously, 9-0. Okay, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the August 4th, 2025 regular meeting. Ordinance 2692, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Defense Council First Appearance Grant Program in the amount of $2,500 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2695, an ordinance amending Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, Section 6-2004. Ordinance 2696, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $8,000 for driving under the influence enforcement efforts. Ordinance 2712, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for Servicios de la Raza in Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect the square footage. Ordinance 2713, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for benefits in action in Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect new square footage. Ordinance 2714, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for Family Promise of Greater Denver and Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect new square footage. Resolution 2025-098, a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with EST Inc. for design and pre-construction services for the 88th Avenue widening project. Ordinance 2025-108, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Adams County for the Pathways to Stability Program. Ordinance 2025-114, Resolution 2025-114, a resolution appointing members to designate boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2025-119, a resolution authorizing a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with WSB LLC for construction management services for the improvement to the medians on Highway 2 between East 72nd Avenue and East 112th Avenue. Resolution 2025-124, a resolution authorizing a lodging tax rebate incentive for 96th and Tower Road Incorporated and reviving and amending the lodging tax rebate incentive agreement with 96th and Tower Road Incorporated. Resolution 2025-125, a resolution authorizing a lodging tax rebate incentive for DIA One Pearl LLC and Nibble Nook Hospitality LLC, and an incentive agreement with DIA One Pearl LLC and Nibble Nook Hospitality LLC for construction of a full-service hotel at 18201 East 81st Avenue. Sponsorship for Colorado Inspires, sponsorship for the Grace Baca Memorial 5K, sponsorship for 7th Annual Yeti Classic Golf Tournament.
Okay, thank you. All right. You already have a motion and second to approve it. Okay.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes unanimously. All right, on to the pulled items. I'll invite Councilmember Kim to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight we have Ms. Bianca Gonzalez, who's here to read the proclamation. If she would please step forward, please. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, thank you.
Whereas Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month each year by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 and was expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. And whereas Hispanics have found a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. They have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And whereas these positive contributions are evident with Commerce City's community, where thriving business, cultural arts, and neighborhoods exist, creating a meaningful social fabric of which all residents can engage and learn. Now therefore it is hereby proclaimed that Commerce City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado declares September 15th to October 15th, 2025 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the importance of the Hispanic community within Commerce City.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for reading the proclamation. I need a appreciate that. I need a motion and a second to approve sorry, I don't have that on me. Hold on a second here. I'll go back to my page.
We need a motion and a second to approve the
Yes.
proclamation.
Right, I was just getting to that, but I need the title. Need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to move to approve Proclamation 25025 for the Hispanic Heritage Month in Commerce City.
Councilmember Chacon?
Gladly love to second.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, Bianca, I just wanted to thank you for staying so late to read this proclamation. It's very important, especially this year. And I just wanted to recognize you for staying and being willing to read the proclamation. Thank you.
Any other council members? I want to thank you as well for staying so late and being so patient with us and be able to also come forward to read the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Commerce City is richer because of our Hispanic population. Represents about 51% of Commerce City. And I am especially proud to be a community member of Commerce City for that reason. And I am also proud to be a city council member representing a city that has as much diversity as we do. So I am very excited to be recognizing the Hispanic culture and the people of Commerce City during Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
And every day.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other council members? All right. Ready for the vote?
Mayor, we do have a framed proclamation if y'all like
Yes.
to take a picture.
Right. I don't know if we were gonna,
Are you ready to vote?
yes,
Okay.
but I would say we want to take a picture with you, but we have two more to go, and then we'll ask you to come up front and take a picture with us. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 9-0 unanimously. All right, let's see, on to resolution. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. I pulled Resolution 2025-110 and 2025-111, and I did so because I want to specifically thank staff for expanding the boundaries for our ACT program. The City Council designated $7.5 million of our ARPA funds to help Commerce City residents, and especially to help Commerce City residents to prevent homelessness, to help our seniors, any number of things. And I hope that you will all take advantage of it. This boundary now includes all of Commerce City, and this applies to the Brothers Redevelopment Contract as well as the Habitat for Humanity contract. So again, I am very appreciative, and I wanted to pull it off the agenda so I could say thank you. And does Mr. Roberts want to say something? Are you sure? I don't know. You should come say something, because then we can thank you personally. No, you don't want to. All right, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we appreciate the responsiveness. I appreciate the responsiveness to the needs of Commerce City residents, and just thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I want to thank you as well, Ms. Roberts, for bringing that forward and making those changes, because it really has. I mean, there's folks who have received help north of our southern area, but very few. But this right here actually clarifies it and makes sure everyone's included within our city when there is need. So I appreciate that as well. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thanks as well. You're perfect for this position, and you're so accessible and just great with our constituents. So I just want to thank you for doing this job, and I want to say just keep up the good work.
All right, seeing no other questions, any motion and second to approve resolution 2025-110. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second it.
All right. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll take the vote.
Resolution 2025-110, a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to the agreement for services with Brothers Redevelopment Incorporated. Your vote is open.
Thank you. All right, that passed unanimously as well. Okay. I invite Mayor Pro Tem for the second resolution, Resolution 2025-111.
I move approval of Resolution 2025-111.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
All right. Then a first and a second to approve Resolution 2025-111. Any discussion? Seeing none, wait for a vote.
Resolution 2025-111, a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to the agreement for services with Habitat for Humanity in Metro Denver Incorporated. Your vote is open.
Thank you. That passed unanimous as well. And we'll invite Bianca Gonzalez up front to take a picture with the council, please. All right. Thank you, guys. Resolution 2025-065, assignment of private activity bonds, allocations. Do any council members have questions for staff? Is there a presentation on this? No, sir. No? Councilmember Ford?
I'll make the motion.
Make a motion? Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-065. Council seated.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor to adopt Resolution 2025-065. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-065, a resolution authorizing the assignment to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority of a private activity bond allocation of Commerce City pursuant to the Colorado Private Activity Bond Ceiling Allocation Act. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9-0. All right, on to administrative council business. Any council members have emergency administrative business items? Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to ask if I should instruct the staff or the city manager. I'm not sure. I've had an enormous amount of people reaching out about Murray Farms and wanting to publicly comment on the plats and what's going on there. Is there a way that we can open up public comment? Can we vote with with the council to see if we can open up for public comment? This has been an enormous amount of people. I could forward all the emails.
City Manager Rogers?
Yeah, I'm doing one quick search, ma'am. Just give me one moment.
Renee, get a little closer. Can't
So-
hear you.
Sorry.
If I may, the notice date was August 14th. As far as I believe you're talking about the plat that was sent out to you all and then updated with a revised council communication. The comment deadline for that to be submitted to staff is August 25th. If that item is not called up by council between now and next Monday, staff would have to review that plat under the criteria of the Land Development Code as it pertains to it. And there'd have to be specific obligation or concerns or issues tied to the analysis around the plat, the delivery of the plat, not a general issue around the types of uses, the zoning. So there's a couple of things in which can be made, right? The community development director could elect to push that plat up. I think in the spirit of what was previously requested by council when the plat was for imminent development. Or it may be requested by the general public within 300 feet, as identified within our land development code, that are able to meet certain specific criteria, or not criteria, but comments tied to particular data and information submitted on behalf of that plat, or the council could take action in requesting it to go through a de novo public hearing process of planning commission and city council.
What do you suggest I should do for the second half for?
Councilmember Chacon, you gotta speak up a little bit.
What do you suggest I should do, city manager, for public comment to quell such a large request?
That's a unique question. I think you have to, not having seen or heard the comments, ma'am, I think you have to weigh what you believe may be in the best interest and what you want to then put forward to your colleagues for discussion. Okay. And how to then see where that discussion then leads. Obviously, the residents within 300 feet have received a notice of the approval deadline that affords them the ability to provide direct feedback, issues, concerns that will be evaluated against the criteria of the Land Development Code, to determine whether or not those are valid concerns that then warrant a, like I said, de novo hearing based along that course. But if there is a desire that you would like to have the conversation be one of a public process, and when I mean public process, a hearing process which is defined or gives defined opportunity to have that conversation, then I would say you'll have to weigh what you believe is in that best interest versus what's being requested and whether or not there's any validity to what's being requested. Okay. So I can't make that decision for you, but I think just to give you something of another piece of context on how to evaluate your own decision making on this.
Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. If that's the case, I would like to bring to administrative business to the council a public hearing. So it could be, one, transparent to the community that we made every effort for it to be a public hearing. And then two, just to hear everybody out, whether you're within that 300 feet or impacted by the farms.
So your motion is to
So my motion is to offer a public hearing with council's support.
Councilmember Chacon, could you repeat that without your hand? It was kind of blocking the microphone.
No worries. I've noticed that this is like falling. But to offer a public hearing for community members to voice their concerns about Murray Farms, both land use and development and the plat.
If I may help you, ma'am, so what you're seeking is to, I think what your motion is seeking for subdivision plat 24-0016 Murray Family Farms filing number 2 to be heard by a public hearing process as identified by the Land Development Code, which would include a planning commission and city council public hearing.
Yes, please.
Okay. That's a motion. A second? Mayor Pro Tem Noble, Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I would like to second that, please.
Okay. Discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. This is in our council policy, and I have called up plats before except my problem is, we have council policy here on our laptops, but I don't know what the find function is in Apple. That is not, I'm a Microsoft person, so I don't know how to find it. It is in the council policies, City Attorney?
I believe that's correct. Do you need me to look that up for you to?
Yep, I think it's 3 people. I don't think it's a vote of all of us.
So it does require a vote of the council in order to call an item up.
We have 3. You reply within, well, it's in the council policy. I just can't pull it up right now, and I would prefer if we read it out loud, so we make sure we're doing it the right way.
Which one it is?
It's to be able to put it under notice council business. It's the mayor and somebody, but it requires 3 to put on notice council business. It doesn't take 3 to, it only requires a majority. Notice council business items will be submitted to the city manager's office with the endorsement of a second council member.
Yeah, it's not notice council business, it's calling up a plat.
Well, calling up plats are identified within the Land Development Code.
When you receive an email from one of from the planner assigned to the project, we
Yes,
all
ma'am.
receive the subdivision. You send an email back,
Yes, ma'am.
and you need other people endorsing it. And in the past, it's always been 3.
It's been either the mayor and a council person, or 3 that places the discussion of having a plat go through a public hearing process. Having 3 does not move the plat into the public hearing process. It still requires it to be agendized, and then for council to take action, and for a majority to determine how that moves.
Okay, I'm looking at public hearings right now. Could you direct me to what you're saying?
What section of public hearings are you looking at, ma'am?
I'm looking at the part about planning and bringing up a plat.
Council policy or Land Development Code?
Wherever it's written, that's what I was asking for.
So that would be in the Land Development Code, ma'am, about being able to call up a plat.
I can look that up too.
City Manager Rogers said it's CP, what number?
Well, from the policy itself about notice council business, that would be CP, give me one second. CP 2, section I3 within the Land Development Code. When we talk about final plats, that is section 213241. 4, the city council requests that the final plat be reviewed through a public hearing process if such request is made before the date scheduled for department approval. What we have done in the past is that if we have received either the mayor and a council member or 3 council members before the approval date to hear the item as an agenda, and then the majority to take action, and then approving said request to go before a public hearing. Tonight, where you all are at are a regular meeting, which then would afford you an opportunity to have a conversation because you have no additional regular meetings unless you were to call a special meeting by next Monday in order to have the council take that action. So tonight, you have, if it is an emergency, an ability to make that motion and to carry that forward.
Okay, good. It's an emergency then. All right.
So the motion is based on we're under emergency?
I think, given that with where you're at with the timeline and timeframes, this is your regularly scheduled meeting in order to be able to take action before the approval date, or having then to schedule a special meeting next Monday for that action to be taken.
Okay. So when you take a vote on this?
Yes, you would take a vote. Did we get a second on that motion?
Yeah, Councilmember Douglas was
Thank you.
second.
This is a vote to move it forward for discussion.
This would be a vote to place it on Planning Commission and City Council public hearing schedule.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes, you have discussion?
Yeah, I do. Just keeping in mind the land development code, and when we think about plat, this is not about zoning. Any comments that are made that are above ground, this is not what this is about. So we're holding a public hearing that is going to require level of expertise, not just so we hold a public hearing. We got to make sure that the public hearing is aligned to what we're required by law to review and monitor with plat criteria, which is in our LDC. Again, this is also an example of when we hear about calling up hearings as being volatile for our council, for our community, meaning like we call up a number of hearings. This will be another example of us calling up another hearing or another plat for a public hearing that has nothing to do with above ground zoning. Although a lot of the comments made on Facebook or next door are about above ground zoning. And so just want to make sure that's clear for the record. Again, another example, as far as public hearings, as far as community engagement, I'm a big believer in that. And that's because I go out proactively and have community engagement with different folks in the community through monthly meetups or walk around towns. And that's another way to get input versus stopping and call. We have the right to call it up, which I'm not disputing that. But just because you have the right doesn't mean you have to. This is another example of us calling up a plat. Just want to be clear.
Anyone else want to discuss this? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. And your comments, Councilmember Dukes, are exactly what led to the preliminary plat process amendment for the LDC earlier. Unfortunately, this project is in a different status. So I'm going to support it because what's important to me is that residents and people in the community that it's transparent and people have an opportunity to know what's going on and participate in the discussion. It doesn't mean, it has nothing to do with what the outcome is, what the vote's going to be. I have no idea what's going to be said, and nor have I been tracking this on social media, by the way. So I just think it's an important thing, and I have found it to be important during my 5+ years on the city council. We just changed tonight the process, but meantime, we have this one coming up that is different than that process. That process that we just approved doesn't apply. I mean, we didn't approve the process, we approved creating an ordinance that will address this issue. So I will be supporting this tonight.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. For Deputy City Attorney or even City Manager Rogers, just want to make sure that when this actually does get called up for a public hearing, that the criteria that we must meet, and I want to confirm this again, is based off the Land Development Code 21-3241, Section 3. Is that correct? Okay, so for educational purposes, I would recommend that if those that are listening in on this is to please make sure if they're going to come before a public hearing and they're going to provide public comment, that the public comment is in accordance with, again, Land Development Code 21-3241, Final Plats, Section 3, with the approval criteria identified in subsections A through I. That's all.
Okay, and for your reference in the blue book, that's on page 12. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I've been on city council for 8 years now, and I'll be the first to admit that I still don't know more than our city planners and, you know, the people who approve these subdivision plats administratively, you know, that have been trained, went to school, get licensed, and do this every day for a living. So, you know, I've always been of the same mindset that this is a little misleading, calling these plats up and not giving the guidelines to people that this plat is being judged upon, right? A lot of times it's properties that are already zoned for what they're zoned for that, you know, have a strict criteria. And so we put it to a public hearing to, you know, hear the public, but, you know, it's not empowering, right? If you are setting them up for failure. If you're not telling them what the criteria that they need to be evaluating this on, and they come and they start talking about land use case criteria, and it's not pertinent to the hearing that we called up. And so, you know, for that, I have not been supportive of these because, right, we have professionals in the city, if we hire the best, and that know what they're doing. And it is in much more capable hands going through this process administratively, which is why the process is designed to work the way that it works, than coming to Planning Commission and coming before us. You know, at the end of the day, it's just a delay tactic. It's just anti-development and, you know, trying to make development in Commerce City as difficult as possible. And, you know, people watch these meetings. Developers that are gonna build the commercial buildings that you wanna bring in are watching these meetings and seeing how hard it is to do business in Commerce City. And does this make them wanna do business in Commerce City? Absolutely not. And, you know, for those reasons, I won't be supporting this.
Okay, any other discussion? Councilmember Chacon?
I just want to reiterate, just as Councilmember Kim had pointed out, this is already one to our right as council members to be able to question this as a final plat. It is for LDC 213241, and specifically D, the general layouts of lots, roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision designed in a way that minimizes the amount of land disturbance. This was asked from the community to be able to at least be in a public hearing. Whether that sways how zoning goes and any of that, it's legitimately just for community members to be able to participate. And I find it highly dismissive to just assume that we can't hear from our own community directly. So I would like to see our council members see this more instead of another polarization, but a way to actually work together for community members in a helpful way. So that was my intention. That was the intention of the community members that reached out to me. As I mentioned, it has been several that have been throughout the community that are really concerned.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. And I hear my council member, my colleague, around the heart and desire to reach the community, and don't want this to be polarizing, but this is polarizing. It's polarizing on a couple levels. One is that we're setting up our community members to fail. We're not giving them the criteria, and all the comments that are made are not based on this criteria. And I worry about the distrust that's going to happen when they come up here and they say, well, we want not to have our view blocked, right? This is not about a view. This is not about the commercial real estate that's going to be built. This is about a plat that is strictly aligned to the LDC criteria that we're going to be judged on and we're going to be judging. The other piece is it's polarizing because we consistently hear from our community that we need more retail, more grocery stores, more amenities, and we get tired, folks are tired of just single-family homes being built. When we do stuff like this, it not only is polarizing to, like Councilmember Dara is saying, the folks and brokers who are brokers for some of these commercial and real estate and for some of this positive development and for some of the family gathering and active spots that we can actually attract. This is polarizing because this says to them, we can invest thousands of dollars into your city, into your process, and you're going to delay us another 6 months. You will delay us another 6 months. And this is an issue because these conversations can happen outside a public hearing. I keep mentioning the outreach that I do, and also Councilmember Kim does, when we have coffees and we have lunches and we have walks around towns and we have these discussions that don't require us to continue to have last-minute feedback that's costing everybody time, money. The big piece about time is that we have a growing number of families in our community that want to spend time with their kids in our community, and they grow fast. And so if children can't enjoy the amenities that they deserve, folks are frustrated. And this is another example of why it keeps getting more frustrating, because I'm just highlighting this is another example why we don't have the growth and development for the families, for our seniors, for our community that we really want, because we continue to put roadblocks in our own way. This is another example of roadblock. This is not just a small thing. This is costing money from the developers, it's costing money for future commercial. It's a red flag. And so with that, all that, I'm not supporting this.
Councilmember Chacon?
Just to remind council members, we protect forms of government for people to have public hearings. So a public hearing should never be considered a setback, especially to hear from community. And most developers that I have been discussing would love to hear a community feedback on this type of platform. So I think it matters on which team you're batting for, but I'm for community to be able to use their democratic privilege to be able to be publicly heard for the transparent impact that they want to have in their own community.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. That's what I hear from community, that when they see a sign up that goes up that says, this has a possibility of being administratively approved, they want to know what it is that's happening. There's been so many administrative approvals, including one that I've heard about a lot across from Turnberry. And it's like, how did this happen? So we can't have the public coming back one more time to say, how did this happen and why didn't we know about it? So I want to give the public an opportunity to be heard. Yes, they have to abide by the conditions, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be heard. This impacts them. Staff are experts, yes, but they don't live here. And most of them don't. And so if they're not in a neighborhood that's going to see development that might impact them in some way that could prove to be negative, and we just put it upon them without their say-so or their input, then I think that we're not letting democracy run its course.
Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Kim.
So I hear it both ways, and you're right. Obviously, I hear from the development community say that, guess what? We're a volatile council, and you're damn right we are. But you know what? We wear that badge. So be it. I also hear the fact of saying that, yeah, we have delays. Call it the delay tactic. Call it the fact that community deserves to be heard, because I think both is right. I think the fact that you have staff that does a very well and trusting job, that has the experience, has the certification, has the degree in that business to go in and run this through to make sure that it is meeting the criteria that's necessary is out there. But I also hear from the community side as well. I've heard both. I've heard both saying that, hey, I think it's a great project, that it should continue forward. And I also hear concerns, just like what Councilwoman Chacon said. There are concerns there as well. So I hear it both ways, right? And you know what? I am hoping that there will be lots of community members that show up that night for that public hearing to speak on it. Otherwise, if they don't, guess what? It's egg on our face again. That's all.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I'll call for the question.
Call for the vote. Call for the vote. Since it's not a hearing, we don't need a 2/3 vote, so we'll proceed with. So the motion is to call up case number S24-0016, final subdivision plat, Murray Farms, Family Farm, filing 2.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right. Thank you. Anybody else with emergency administrative business? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I have a question for City Manager Rogers. I was looking at the ward report for Ward 4, and I saw that the Buffalo Run Clubhouse renovation project application is on hold until November. Do you know why it would be delayed?
City Manager Rogers?
I can only assume that the entitlement application is on hold as we continue to finalize the design as far as the exterior of the building based off of the design build contract that we have with our vendor, and assuming that that's when the application will be able to be reactivated. So we have to get through what you all have seen as a conceptual building and get it to an architectural design, which will allow for review by the city and other referral agents. So that is why it is on hold.
Okay.
It is still moving forward with design by the staff, but there's different levels here. Any new building, unless we exempt ourselves under the Land Development Code, goes through a similar development review process. So whether that's zoning, platting, or a site plan, that is going through a site plan. we have to have the final architecture and building design in order to progress through the entitlement application, which then will allow for us to pull a building permit and so forth.
It also noted maintenance facility. I don't recall that the motion that was made in April of 2024 included a maintenance facility, that wasn't an authorized expenditure. I wasn't here for the meeting, but that's not my recollection. Maybe the motion makers remember.
I believe we can have Mr. Redden come out. What we are following is what was option 3 of the council, which had a list of the maintenance building, I believe included in that. But I am asking for our Parks and Rec Golf Director to come out and to either confirm or deny what I just said.
Okay. Yeah, because it's really critical. I've been going back over the history of the clubhouse because it's such a fascinating read. We had first reading in May of 2022 to authorize a new pavilion with rooftop patio and expenditures, also an elevator. That was approved 8-0. That was on first reading for $12 million. And then on June 20th, 2022, we had second and final reading, and it increased a bit to 13.67, and that too was approved unanimously. That was a rooftop patio, and that was in 2022. And somehow between 2022, 2024, and now August of 2025, this structure has gone through many permutations and still isn't coming to fruition. So it's, I know, frustrating for everyone and frustrating for my constituents. Thank you.
Our Parks and Rec Golf director is not here on site. I'm looking at the presentation that was provided November of last year. It included an option of refreshing 2 new designs, elimination of the maintenance campus, rooftop patio, tournament pavilion, dining room expansion. When we looked at options 1, 2, and 3 for $13 million, option 3 included options 1 and 2, conference, banquet, dining expansion, bar expansion. Option 2 included options, kitchen expansion, exterior, interior, masonry repair, roof repair, carpet repair, or replacement tile, replacement restroom, furniture, interior lighting, security upgrades, sound, baffling, parking lot overlay, and stripe. I think this is all to say you're bringing up that there is a site plan for the maintenance facility. And without speaking with community development, I can't speak to what that status directly with that maintenance facility is. It's not included in the optionality that was moved forward in December of last year. So that may be a mislier of information about where we're at on that process. But under the 13 million, what I just read from option 1 and 2 in the option 3 is what is currently being discussed with our contractor.
All right, thank you very much, because that did jump out at me on the spreadsheet for board reports that it had been delayed and that maintenance facility was included in the number that's assigned to the project. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other emergency administrative business? Councilmember Dukes. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to have staff provide us with a breakout by council member over the last 4 years, what's been spent on education, conferences, and travel, and to pull up any council policies that existed previously in regards to those budgets.
Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to second that.
Councilman Madera, if I could just advise that that is publicly available information, so I'm not sure it necessitates that you have to have a motion for it, but that information is publicly available.
Not at that level of detail, it's not. So staff may have to do some work to provide that.
All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. Would you consider an amendment to include research into salaries and benefits for council members on an annual basis versus attendance at meetings and
Absolutely not.
you won't? Pardon me?
No.
All right, thank you. Then that would be considered an unfriendly amendment, and I can make it.
Councilmember Ford?
I'll second Mr. Madera's.
Oh, Mr. Kim did.
Okay, then
Councilmember Kim did.
I have something late after this is over with.
Okay. You good?
All right, I am making an amendment, which is to include data on salary and benefits versus attendance at council meetings and study sessions for council members on an individual basis.
Give me a second. Councilmember Chacon?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Dare?
So all that is publicly available information. We have our attendance online, and I believe our salaries are also posted.
City Manager Rogers, are salaries posted? Because I looked and I don't see anything that spells out what we all make.
It's publicly available. The city does not post. However, you can Google search, which there are websites that have gone through Cora requests to receive that information and post that. That information, I believe, is a year behind. So what you would find on some of those Googleable websites, Gov Salaries being one, will show information for 23, which ultimately then means 24 will be forthcoming, I suspect, on that website and so forth. We as the city do not publicly post any salaries of staff or council unless that information is requested through the appropriate means.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
And that would be my motion, would be the appropriate means.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon, your second, please. Okay.
Yes, the second.
Okay. Discussion, Councilmember Dukes?
So I won't be supporting this amendment. It seems to not align to the first amendment. I think the first goal is to look at the amount of travel based on our budget. This second amendment seems to I don't know the goal of that, but I won't be supporting that, as I think it's important to, one, respect staff's time, and then two, really be clear on what we're looking for in terms of the travel, which has been addressed and talked about in our budget specifically. So for that, I won't be supporting that amendment.
All right, we'll call for the vote. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Actually, I'm looking for, in line with what Councilmember Madera is looking for, is to make certain that we're using our funds in an efficient way for our taxpayers.
Thank you. All right, we're ready now. Yeah, to your amendment.
Mayor, are we voting on the friendly amendment or on Madera's original motion?
Friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Well, no, it was separate.
This is a-
This is a separate amendment to Councilmember
Thank you.
Madera's.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
Your vote is open.
Excuse me, I want to make sure that I'm voting on the right thing. So this is on the unfriendly amendment, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that passes 5-4. Okay, we'll go with Councilmember Madera's vote or request.
Your vote is open.
That's unanimous. All right. Councilmember Ford, did you have something that you want to?
I do.
Emergency administrative business?
Yep. I'd like to make a motion to use $16.3 million of unencumbered fund balance to go towards the police substation on 104th. That's my motion.
Second.
So motion on the floor is to move $16 million to the from the unencumbered fund to the general fund or the police station?
Yeah, it's to appropriate 16.3 million of unencumbered fund balance to finalize the project for the police substation, to give them the money to get it started now and get it built.
Okay, and Councilmember Dukes, your second? All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Councilmember Ford, I object to your motion because the city council as a whole has not had, we had a study session on this, but we have not had a vote on this particular item. We have already authorized $25 million for the police substation, $25 million. The total cost of the police substation, which doesn't sound like a substation to me, is $50 million. We were talking also the same evening about Chambers Road needing widening. That was $32 million. If you take money that you're giving to the substation and move it to Chambers Road, we can actually accomplish two things. The substation was always intended to be a substation, not a police station, not a headquarters, not a judicial center. It does not, all it needs to do is to help officers have a place to come to and bring and do their paperwork there and bring their arrestees there when instead of having to come down to City Hall. Our problem is that this ginormous building, which is going to take up the full lot at Potomac and Chambers Road, Potomac and 104th in Ward 3, has got houses all around it. You're going to put up this enormous police station, and the residents aren't even aware of it. They don't even know we're doing this. I can't support it without more public engagement. I read at the last meeting at the study session, a conversation that I transcribed from a meeting where the city manager said that the public was going to have outreach on this project. And that was stated early last year. That has not occurred by August of this year, and you're dumping more money on it without having our residents have a say in it. This is taxpayer dollars, and they should be entitled to have a say in what happens to their money and whether this is a worthwhile project at that scale. Nobody is saying they can't do a substation. $25 million seems to go a long distance, if you ask me. The clubhouse itself is $13 million. This is twice that at $25 million, and now you want to give them another $16 million, but they really want $50 million. No.
Councilmember Madera.
So, today we had a lot of people come in for public comment, and I didn't hear a single one say, we want Chambers Road done. Every single one of them said we need more police. And the fact of the matter is we have nowhere to put them if we hire them. That's one of the reasons we can't hire them. And, we like to resort to saying that people haven't had a chance to speak on this. We first started talking about the police substation in July of 2022. It's been 3 years since this topic first came up, and we've talked about it several times since then, and we've done nothing. All that's happened is inflation's gone up, prices gone up, crime is not being addressed how it should. The city keeps getting bigger, but we are the same size. We have police officers sitting on top of each other. It takes an hour to file a report with a police officer because there's no one available to come and take their report. And that's just unfathomable. It's unacceptable, frankly. So this is something that we need, and I will 100% support. You hear it every single day, we need more police. And that's both sides of the city, but in order to do that, we need somewhere to put them. We need to minimize their time that they're doing administrative tasks by driving down to put someone in detainment and then processing their paperwork. And, this is that solution. So let's get something done.
Councilman Kim, did you want to weigh in on this?
I did. City Manager Rogers, I know I watched the study session also. This is a substation, not a judicial center, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the difference between a substation and a judicial center?
A judicial center is inclusive of a dispatch, a municipal court services, in addition to a full slate of what you would find here within the Civic Center. You could view a judicial center as another headquarters. A judicial center in size, based on the analysis and studies that we provided to you all last week, is in around 133,000 square feet.
And the substation is how big?
43,000 square feet.
So just less than half the size?
Correct.
Okay, and when are we looking at trying to get this open if this gets approved?
If this was approved, and just to put a finer point on what we had presented last week, I'm pulling it up from the presentation, would be using the audited revenues in 25 as well as in 26, which we have assumed has been $5 million annually, sometimes higher. which would then leave us with a remaining balance of $16,272,574. How we would construct our contracts will allow for us to do a drawdown of those funds, which then would allow for us to get construction going and being able then to complete.
So vertical construction essentially. gets
Vertical
started.
construction started next year, after we've engaged with the community on the things in which the community
Not on there.
should have some feedback on, the community room, the
Clarify that one more time. Community feedback. What community feedback would be provided?
It'd really be the inference points with the surrounding community. So thinking of your bulk dimensional standards, if you're talking about where the building is set back to ensure that you have appropriate landscaping, parking, lighting, glare, nuisances, addressing those, probably the space for the community room. Quite honestly, the community's not going to weigh in on whether or not that facility will have patrol or holding cells or sally ports, because that is an operational function that is necessary for PD to be able to do their job. The things that they will have in a place to engage are the ones that I just shared with you that are more external to the site, not internal to that facility.
You know, thank you for that. And I got to say, public safety means everything to me. It really does, you know, and just hearing from Chief Guardiola even said himself, where you have, you know, if there is a response that has to occur in the north, response happens, then you have to bring them down south, get them processed, and then take them back up north to the jail or whatever the case may be. And you're taking about an hour, hour and a half of time away from that officer. Public safety is big for me altogether, and I want to make sure that we actually have something that's going to be in place for the north. We hear it, you know, I'm on social media, I read the comments, yeah, police don't do anything. They don't even show up. It takes an hour, 2 hours, whatever it is. We heard it even tonight. We even heard it at when we had the building that was going to be the cannabis place that's opening up off of Tower and 104th, saying that, oh, don't worry, there'll be a police substation close by if something were to occur. So all that together, I will be in support of this. We need to get this done. We need a substation in the north. Think about from the fire department's perspective, watching as far as how many different substations they have, compared, then you look at other municipalities, how many they have, and I mean, we have one judicial center that's here. And I think a substation makes sense. We got to have something in the north and also bring in more officers to take care of our ever-growing community. That's all.
Anybody else want to leave? Councilmember Chacon?
One, I don't think any of us were against the substation. I think we all agreed with the substation. It was just the enormous amount that it keeps going more and more to. 16 million to throw out of our taxpayers' dollars that quickly, this easily, and in one vote, we should be ashamed. We're not having a real discussion with community in a way that they could actually voice what they do want. No, we don't expect them to tell us what they're gonna do in the base for cops. But I'll be honest, what I also did hear from community members was cops did show up and they didn't do their job. And we also need to meet, again, the moment at where we're at. There is 50% of our Latino community that is afraid of ICE. And it does matter on what type of relations that we have in our community with our law enforcement. And I don't always think that that completely adds to adding more police, but actually public safety. If we wanted such a large station, it should be with the fire department. It should be in collaborative and more of just than that agency alone. And I don't see that. So what's really uncomfortable is that we're pushing so much money so fast in just this one vote without real analysis and discussion. Because again, we weren't against the substation. I'm for the substation. But just at this amount, and it continues to be a larger and larger amount, it does look more like a headquarters than it really looks at the substation we initially compromised on.
Councilmember Douglas?
So this is out of the blue. So did you say 60 million?
16.
16 million. Is that in addition to the 25 that's already been?
That's correct.
Oh, then I can't support it.
Yes, I'm going to weigh in here. You know, last week we had a discussion about the police substation, and when it first came back to the council on December 31st, 2025, I'm sorry, last year, it was supposed to be a square footage. February 5th, 2024, estimated 25 to 30,000 square feet. We had a discussion in December, and they were told to scrape that and come back with because that's not what the department wants, our city manager wants, so they came back with what was different from what council approved. And so we had discussion last week, and there was 3 items on there that the council approved to go forward. 3 items to go forward, and one was community events and all that. I had a conversation last week with Gabe Evans at a congressional luncheon, and there's actually money for police departments. You got to apply for a grant, so you're going to find out if there's any money within that system. So I'm not against the substation. I'm against the fact that we already allocated $25 million. Build what $25 million, what we can afford. To add $16 million, that's going to take away from our budget for us to do other things. We had other items on there last week on our study session. It wasn't just the police station. So I'm not against the police station, but for $16 million, we're not playing with a monopoly money here. This is tax dollars. We have other projects that we would like to do. So I'm not against the substation, but I'm not for to add $16 million. Let's do it smart. We have a budget right now. We haven't even approved the budget to go ahead and accept $16 million. The state is looking at having to reduce because of their shortfall from the federal government. Other cities, other municipalities are looking at reducing or freezing. So, and we're looking at probably a recession here in the next 12 months. And there's a government shutdown. We've been through that, through COVID. I had to watch out from the outside. That was painful. So, and if, I appreciate Attorney Jeffrey here. If Elisa Zeki was here, he would say that this is an emergency. This is something that should go on notice of council business. Because you're putting something out there that we have not been able, we don't have the time to weigh in. We've had smaller items that council says, well, geez, we should put those, that should be notice of council business. That's an emergency. This is not an emergency. This is not an emergency. If we want to do this, do it right. Put it in notice of council business so we have a discussion about this. So I'm for the substation, but I'm not for $16 million at taking that out of the budget, put this. We haven't even civilized the budget as it is now. Councilmember Teeter.
Call for the vote.
Excuse me, I'm trying to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Trying to speak, Mayor.
Sorry, my thing is stuck on you are the speaker, and I couldn't do request to speak.
Yeah, it's not you, it's
not coming up.
Okay, I just want to ask one thing about a substation and the urgency of this. It's my understanding that we have, and I'm thinking about the folks who are out here in the audience who said we need to hire more people. And the city council has been really good about putting extra money in the budget for more officers. The issue is recruitment. My understanding is that there are 36 vacancies right now, 36 vacancies that have not been filled.
57.
57 vacancies. All right, 57 vacancies that haven't been filled. Then the other thing that I want to ask about is if this was so urgent, why are we not availing ourselves of the 5-year lease for a substation at 104th and Revere? That was to be a substation for the officers also, and they haven't moved in.
So we've been going through the design process. There's a process. The council took action on that lease in October, November of last year. We pulled permits in January, and when pulling permits, there's been a back and forth review of that to ensure that it's met code. So that permit wasn't issued to the city for compliance purposes until May, June of this year. So we are busting humps to get into that space. Simply put, that leaves us with all the improvements that you heard from the chief last week. It leaves us with one additional office, which really isn't an office outside of his. So even if we hire new officers, of that 36 to 57 that we have available on different capacities, sworn and unsworn, they have nowhere to go.
So we have new population will be in the northeast quadrant, not at 104th and Potomac. It will be in the northeast quadrant, doing 25 million now and 25 million later for another substation in the northeast quadrant by E470, I think makes actually far more sense than dumping all of our money into one location. And I agree, I really want to emphasize what the mayor said about what we approved for notice council business versus administrative council business. We just did this 2 weeks ago. And this is not an item for administrative council business. This is an item for noticed council business. And I think you're taking advantage of the fact that City Attorney Zarzecki isn't here this evening, because he would say the same thing, I'm certain of it.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to put something on the record, just to clarify it. I will be supporting this $16 million for the substation. I'm supporting it because when you hear 14 miles and 27 minutes for our officers across 14 miles, and it takes about 27 minutes to get across our city, that is an emergency. I think when we talk and we heard from the residents tonight and every night, we consistently hear about car thefts. We consistently hear about break-ins. We consistently hear about speeding. And for us and some of the members on this council to have this continual discussion since 2022 and to say that we didn't know or we're taken off guard, it's insulting. The other piece of it is the fact that there was a comment made about we need to have real data. And our police chief did the work, went out, looked at the data, assessed the data, went to the research within the police department nationally and found the data and presented it to us as a police chief should in terms of public safety. Our job as city council members is to oversee our governance, making sure we provide public safety, look at our fiscal responsibilities, and then make decisions, right? That's our goal, to create policy and make decisions. There's a comment made around the cost. This cost is going to keep going up. We're building a substation. We're building something for our community with tax dollars, with the tax dollars for our community. What this also means is we have to prioritize everything on our CIP. That means we can't continue to add more things to the CIP. We can't continue to add wish projects and projects off the hip instead of saying, let's focus on what we want to focus on for our community. Public safety is a big thing for me. All I continue to hear from our community is public safety. And if we're going to play for the team, as someone said earlier, what team are you playing for? It'll behoove us all to make sure our city has public safety across the whole city.
Councilmember Douglas.
Excuse me, I've had my light up there, Mayor. Haven't had a chance to even explain myself on my motion.
Okay, well, you're next, Councilmember Ford.
No, go ahead. You know, I sit here and listen to all this. We kick the can down the road on every project. We have been talking about this for years. It's not a judicial system, judicial center. It's a police substation. It's what the police chief came to us after he had the data and said that they need. We can't hire any more cops because they don't have a space to go to, and we're down 50-some cops. I talked to the police officers at the ice cream social the other day, and they said, we don't even have a place to park our motorcycles when it starts raining or hailing. We have to park in the car washes because we have no place to park. We have constant people coming at us with where the crime's at. Crime's up in Commerce City. And we have people, it takes 3 hours to get a report taken. We have, our number one obligation is public safety. I mean, I sit here, I support getting the golf course clubhouse redone. The restaurant's losing $1.5 million a year. The golf course is losing $1.5 million a year. That's $3 million a year. I get it. You have to prioritize things. I'm not telling any one of you on here that you have to vote for this or not vote for it, but I feel an obligation as a council member to make sure that public safety is number one. And after talking to the police officers, after hearing from the public, every single week on Monday night, it's an issue with not having enough officers, not being able to get reports taken. And you heard it again tonight. They didn't do anything, probably because they were on their way to another call, and the call they were on was minimal in impact. So I stand behind public safety 110%. This is what they need to get the police substation going. I'm not willing to kick the can down the road anymore. So I stand behind the motion, and I will be voting yes.
Attorney Durfee.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that one of the things you will need is eventually a budget ordinance to actually move the money. So I hear your motion, but please be aware that you would still have 2 other opportunities to vote on this when you do the budget ordinance.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So we've had 25 million allocated for this for a long time, and there's been no move made. I remember a couple years back, came to us and asked us for a $90 million substation in the north.
It was Justice Center.
A justice center. And there's no reason not to move on this. We've already allocated 25 million. I also, I hear the motion for 16.5, but then I also hear the city manager throw that figure out as well. And so, I mean, they're matching. So what does that say? We approved a remodeling for $3 million. That bottom half of that's supposed to be filled with the police department, the other half of the building over here. So there's supposed to be movement over there. The substation on 104th, the interim one on 104th and Highway 2 is going to be occupied September 1st, and we've got a 5-year lease on that. To me, why aren't we moving on this substation at 25 million? I don't understand it. And so for this to come out of the blue as a non-emergency in administrative business rather than notice council business, to me, I would be doing my constituents an injustice in supporting this. And I just can't. Let's get moving on the 25.
Okay, thank you. All right, give everybody the opportunity. We'll go ahead and go forward with the $16 million additional to the police substation.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right, any emergency administration business?
Excuse me, Mayor, you might want to extend the meeting. It's 10:19.
Thank you. All right. Need a motion and a second to extend the meeting to midnight. Councilmember Chacon?
I'll make a motion to extend till midnight.
Okay, get a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? All right. Councilmember Kim?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to 11:30?
Well, it's
You can
10:19
scoff all
now.
you want, but I mean, okay.
10:19 right now, so means if we're not done, we have to come back because we have 2 executive items. We don't want to rush his,
Okay.
if you think we can get it done by 11:30. Okay,
Your vote is open. Councilmember Teeter, did you want to vote? Thank you.
okay, it passes 5-4. All right. Is there any emergency administrative business items? Anybody else? I have a one item here. I'm hearing folks down here, especially lady came before us. She was crossing the street. And if we can put some proper signage up, maybe you can extend the countdown on these streets are so wide. I actually watched a lady on 120th in Chambers go through the same thing where she pushed a button. She did get the walk sign to walk from the north side across on the northwest side of 120th and Chambers to go over to 7-Eleven. And she went to Ziggy's. And she was proceeded to walk. Cars did not notice her. Several cars just went past her without stopping. Yeah, I didn't think that was very good at all. So I'll be bring this back to notice of council business to see if we could add some signage and some time to some of these intersections for public safety. So I won't make a motion now, but I'm just letting you know I'm bringing it forward to notice of council business. All right, City Manager Rogers, weekly report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to share a couple of things with you. Public Works Streets Operations has started a new school zone paving and signage project. We included 36 new thermal shark teeth markers at the locations of 88th Telluride, 92nd Telluride, 94th Telluride streets. Our streets teams also filled 40 potholes with 2 tons of asphalt mix. And our street sweepers were out in the area of 72nd Colorado and other parts of Adams Heights. Our Parks Op team was also doing a bang-up job with maintenance of areas like Rose Hill Grange Park with turf seed, to fixing fountains at Fairfax Park and reseeding 5 parks just in the last week. So shout out to the streets team, shout out to the Park Ops team for doing a lot in just 1 week. PRG, we have a fun interactive process on Saturday, September 27th from 10 to 1 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park for a Touch a Truck event presented by the PRG team. Another thing, just for your awareness, is that the Bison Ridge Rec Center is closed between August 18th, today, through August 29th, and we'll reopen Saturday, August 30th. That's for our annual cleaning. And then the Quality Community Foundation and Commerce City PD is putting on and is proud to host the 5th annual Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament this Friday at Buffalo Run Golf Course. That's my report, sir.
That's the report, okay. Any questions for City Manager? I had a question, sorry, I've written down. I'll have to pass. All right, I'll get with you.
Thanks, sir.
Councilmember Dukes.
City Manager Rogers, just a quick question about the, we motioned to have the shopping carts ordinance
Yes, sir.
modified. Where is that at in that process?
You approved it on second reading this evening.
This evening, okay, I didn't see it on there, but, okay.
So there's a 10-day period that we must wait. I call it a cooling off period per charter, in which after that 10-day period, we'll be able to start taking enforcement activity with respect to that ordinance, and that's a discussion piece that we have with our homelessness task force and how that will be deployed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? All right, City Attorney, free.
No further report from me tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Any council members have any reports like to make? Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick report. I was able to visit Adams Tower and the 5th and 4th floor of our city, or the city building that we renovated, and had an opportunity to talk with our community engagement team as well as the planning team. And I can't commend the city manager and the team enough for the thoughtfulness, the quality, and the space you provided and advocated for employees of the city. I thought the space was amazing with ample parking. I know that was a conversation early on, and just want to give you kudos to that. The other kudos I want to give is while I stopped there, I was able to sit and chat with Jeremy and Fabiola, and then they were sitting there, and someone came in who was a part of the team, community outreach crew, or not a part of the crew, but was positively impacted by the outreach Jeremy have. His name was Jose Martinez, or is Jose Martinez, and he was unhoused here in Commerce City and Derby for a number of years. Started going down the wrong path later in life, about 36 years old. And it took one day where Jeremy came up and said, "What resources do you need to get help? And I can help you." And that created this relationship and a bond that ultimately led Jose to a place where he can get off the streets. He had transition housing. He was able to go into recovery. And when I was there, they were able to see him for the first time in about a year or so. And so I just wanted to give that shout out to our team, to the city, and to Jeremy, because this is an impactful story. As we see unhoused folks around our community, we have to understand there's different layers and different challenges. And it's so grateful that we have a city and we have the resources to help some folks who want to get off the streets and change their life around. And so I was fortunate to be able to see that. The other thing I was fortunate to be able to see, just like I said, the quality. I know the drop-in space and the hoteling at the Adams Tower was a big conversation early on, and to see the ownership that the staff has had over their offices, over the cubes, over everything there, from having their sports team. I mean, Dalton's the Arizona guy, so you have to take that down and get some Colorado stuff for Dalton. But what they do is they put their sports team up and creates a level of culture and somewhat of a bond within the employees. And employee engagement, employee relationships are important. And so again, kudos to you and your team, City Manager Rogers, to being thoughtful and being having the foresight. The last thing I want to say is that as we looked at RTD, one thing that came to mind as I talked about Sand Creek today is because what they observed is that RTD has more people biking to the RTD stop instead of driving. And so it's often crowded with folks jumping on their bikes and and getting downtown or wherever they need to go. So it'd be great to think about how we can have partnerships in the future for biking or cycling to work. And there wasn't any complaints or concerns about the cement plant. I mean, no one was caring about that. Everyone was doing a great job. And the fact that they had, the registration from the county at the first floor, I've heard a number of stories of folks saying, hey, I got one thing done. I could go to the fourth floor or the fifth floor and get something else accomplished. And so it activates that area that was really dilapidated at one point and not really active. So again, thank you all.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I don't know why we didn't run into each other. I was in the tower also last week. I had a meeting with Whitney Connor, who is the director of Kids First, as well as Olga Gonzalez, who is the director of Cultivando, at the Kids First offices on the fourth floor. I went up to the fifth floor to visit with the well-being team, and then on the sixth floor, I got a great tour of the planning department, community development, and saw a lot of people that I know, people that show up at our council meetings to talk about projects and so forth. So that was really a great experience. So Commerce City is kind of strewn out around Commerce City, but I suppose that's good in some ways because people can reach out to us just about anywhere. And I noticed that Suncor is putting in 50-some million to upgrade their facilities, so that will be great news. They can't meet the standards that Colorado is setting, but nevertheless, at least they're putting 57 million towards hopefully not polluting and not contaminating. Thank you.
Thank you. The other council members have reports? Councilmember Ford.
Sorry, Mayor, is my light not working?
There it is.
Okay, yeah, because I had it pushed. We talk about this unhoused. I have a lot of compassion for the folks that are unhoused, that need help, that are not a negative impact on our community. But I've been inundated with these people with complaints about what's going on over at the dog track, the blue tarps. I had a lady said that she saw some guy urinating on the Veterans Memorial. They're trashing the park over there. It's okay to be unhoused. It's not okay to be disrespectful and a nuisance to the taxpaying residents. So I know I brought this up last Monday, and after the meeting, I went home and the next morning I went to Derby to the Tasty Donuts, and there was, again, unhoused people sleeping in front of the businesses. And I ended up going to work. And when I got to work, there were 4 homeless people with, all their buggies full of stuff in front of where I work. And the owner of the company that I work for showed up, and he said, "What's going on out here in the parking lot with these homeless people?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. They were here when I got here." He said, "I want you to take care of it. I want them out of here." Well, knowing what the laws are and knowing that there's laws that we have to follow, I didn't expect Denver to do anything, but I called their non-emergency number. They showed up within a half an hour with a trash truck and 2 cop cars, SUV cop cars. And they got out. They threw the buggies, the grocery buggies with all the stuff in it, in the trash truck and crushed it. And then the police officers proceeded to tell the homeless people that they've been told they're not supposed to be hanging out in front of businesses or residences and that they needed to move on. The issue was taken care of within 10 minutes of them showing up. And then I got a text message on my cell phone that said, "How was the services Denver provided you with today?" And it was 5 stars. If we could take care of issues like that for our residents, we would all be liked. But it drags on. And I know we're trying to follow the law and thread this needle. But I watched Denver do it. It didn't take 7 days. It didn't take seven hours. It literally took 10 minutes. And those folks walked away with the belongings that they wanted. They got rid of all the junk, and the businesses that they were in front of are better off for it, and they're better off for it. But I don't know how they did it. So I have passed that along to the city manager to look into. He's talked to legal to look into it. I gave him the time that the call was made and when they showed up. So I'm hoping, if Denver's acting and able to handle things in that manner, no wonder we have so many of them. City manager says that Denver's experienced more homeless from us moving there than from there moving here. But I can tell you, based on the complaints and the resident complaints coming from the homeless piece, they're coming here. They're coming across the river, and they're creating a lot of problems, especially in the southern end, up around 56th, 53rd, up on the hills, several businesses, and then over at Veterans Park and those folks. There's some folks that don't want help. They just want to be homeless, and they want to have all their trash and stuff. And I know there's a mental illness component, but I listen to the constituents when they come in here, and they're right. We need to do better. I see it on Facebook. You know what? Step up, Commerce City. Do better. I want us to do better, so I'm looking for angles on how to get that done, because it is extremely frustrating to me that we're negatively impacting the South the way we are with the homeless problem. And I'm not picking on Jason. I just want to do the best we can do. And if other cities are driving their problems to us and impacting our residents, I have a problem with that too. So let's do better.
Thank you. Any other council members with reports? Councilmember Douglas?
So I attended the ice cream social on Wednesday, and it was great. Lots of fun. Employees were really happy to be able to have some social time. Did the BOA meeting on Tuesday night, and then also went to the Housing Authority meeting on Wednesday night, and I'd like to have an opportunity to put a report together. It was an interesting meeting. I was asked to recuse myself from the executive session, which I couldn't quite understand the point in that, but it was obvious that they were insisting, and so I will be putting a report on the last two Housing Authority meetings that I attended and reporting back at the next opportunity to report, which will be a study session on the 25th. Oh, I also attended the Senior Commission meeting, and it was a great meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Teeter, do you have a report? All right. Thank you. I had a quarterly airport meeting with Adams County, along with the other jurisdictions who were within the airport, coordinating and discussion about air noise, air decibels. We have a lot of planes that are being directed over northern range of Commerce City that wasn't there last few years. And I know weather-related things are going to change. I mean, I was on a plane and they had to change courses because of the weather. So I spoke to Kevin over at DIA, spoke to Kevin Forget is his name. He deals with state and local legislative advisory, government affairs, and he's going to send someone over to our next airport coordinating meeting to discuss what we could do as far as air traffic and air traffic noise, because when there's a violation, City of Commerce City doesn't receive a penny, because we opted out when the airport was Stapleton, and when it moved north to Pena. And so since then, our IGA has not been revised, and I'm sure if we tried to, that would not go forward. Also, with that meeting, the Airport Coordinating Committee, they're going to restart those discussions with Aurora, Brighton, and Commerce City. So we need to appoint 2 members to that board. So I'm going to do a notice of council business to appoint the City Manager Rogers and Garrett Anderson to that committee. E470 committee, myself and Councilmember Teeter attended. E470 had a golf tournament that raised $130,000, and that goes to scholarships for proms. So, and these are all around safety. So if a school wants, are asking for a grant for assistant with prom, they can contact E470. E470 also has safety grants. City of Aurora received $2,500 for EV fire blankets. And instead of putting a ton of water to put those cars out, there's a blanket that's been made, and it's one-time use. You put it over the vehicle, and it suffocates the fire, so no, as far as more oxygen coming in, and then they can come in underneath with water to extinguish the electrical fire. And it saves a lot of water, thousands of gallons of water by doing it that way. You're going to see here soon Apple Green start to take down both plazas on E470 in the north here. You'll see those A-shaped frames come down, and they're spending $70 million to repurpose those toll exchange. It used to be where you had to stop. Now they're all electronic. Let's see, also attended on the same day, Ice Cream Social. And I want to welcome our new deputy city manager, Courtney Brown, to Commerce City. Thank you for being on board here. And let's see, I appreciate the city putting on after our movie we were talking about last week, Harold and the Purple Crayon, over at Village East Park. Our citizens really love having to go to those events. And then also, this wasn't part of the city, but it was the city actually helped sponsor the City Tire Recycling Day. Did anyone take any tires down there? Yeah? All right. Okay, that's my report. Okay. Okay, we're going to adjourn to the executive session. Tonight we had 2 executive sessions. I will ask for a motion and a vote on each session individually. I need a motion and a second to enter an executive session. City Council pursuant to CRS Section 246-204, parentheses 4F and I, for the discussion of personal matters, specifically for discussion of performance standard of the city manager. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to enter an executive session. City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters, specifically for discussion of performance standard of the city manager. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8-1. Okay. All right. Next one, need a motion is second to enter into executive session. City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 246-402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the City of Greenwood Village versus State of Colorado. What's the motion? Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to enter executive session. City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the City of Greenwood Village via State of Colorado. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay. Okay, that passes 8-1. All right, before entering executive session, I need a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting following executive session. The motion on the floor is to automatically adjourn the meeting following executive session. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford.
Second.
I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 8-1. We'll now enter executive session. Council will not be returning to take action following executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following executive session. The meeting broadcast recording will end.